Ready? Well. Ready? Hi, good morning. This is open the city council special meeting. Today, Friday, March 7th at 9 a.m. And for the record, all council members are here. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? So, second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you, Williams. Public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments? Items not on the agenda. Is anybody raising their hand or anything?
Mayor, I have no participants in Zoom, so no hands raised on Zoom.
Great, thank you. So now we'll go to introductions, review of agenda and desired outcomes.
Great, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Good to be back. And let me explain, I am not ill, but I live with someone that is, so I need.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So that's a little weird. So glad to be back and congratulations on measure 8. The last time I was here, that was a big part of our conversation. Great. Suzanne, if you don't mind, just moving to the next slide, please. And I apologize, Mayor, that it's going to be behind you.
Why don't I switch or something?
Or this says you be a period.
I'm gonna be over here. I just thought because to be able to see the screen, the mayor would have to, you know what you all look like, so
Fair.
that's okay. Next slide, please. Okay, to ensure a productive day, we're gonna take 1 5-minute break off camera. We have a working, and then you'll also have a working lunch.
I'm gonna sit over in that corner. Hey, Jim, can I sit over there? Sorry. Sorry, Nadine.
Let me just move this.
Oh, that's.
Good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have. Sorry.
Oh, good. Well, fun.
We'll allow time for candid and honest conversation. We'll good intent and seek to understand, right, to find common interest. And we'll adhere to the schedule, and if you could allow me to move the conversation along. I have a sense that we'll move along anyway, but anyway, next slide, please. Workshop outcomes. Receive an update on current priorities and staffing. Hear a presentation on long-term maintenance needs of the structure. Discuss and confirm the goals for fiscal year 25-26. But I want to stop here. Make sure those are consistent with what you hope by the end of around 2 o'clock, 1:30, that you're there. Is that consistent with everybody? Okay. Next slide, please. Well, let me tell you what the next slide is. It's your fun activity, a quick icebreaker. So, 2 questions. What would you like the city to look like in 2035? And what, if anything, needs to change for that to become a reality? I know you weren't prepared for this, but this is the top of the head kind of thoughts. So do you need a few seconds to think about it before we do a little popcorn here and just call? Okay, you're ready. Okay, John, what is it for you?
So so 10 years from now, what I would like to see is the Mount Diablo corridor all the way from Silva through Park, that entire corridor to be vibrant with housing and businesses up and down the corridor. So I think that's what we think. There are a lot of housing coming in there, so I want to see that integrated well, but I don't want to see any more traffic than we have today. And so
So
that
how do you want it?
that what that means is we need to have just this kind of embracing of biking, pedestrians, public and cars throughout that whole thing. So it still is walkable with a stretch goal. But I think that would be, to me, that would be kind of a thing 10 years from now, we can really would be just magnificent. We have so many opportunities, especially on the east side. And love us to kind of set the foundation for that.
Okay,
There's plenty of stuff, but I mean, that'd be my first cut.
so the thing that needs to change for that to become is to set.
Is to actually to start enabling, there's housing, we can make sure that that's planned well. Facilitate additional businesses on the east side, make it more beautiful. And really start embracing what we need to do around pedestrian and bike access.
Okay.
We don't start inundated by cars and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Carl?
Well, I can give you what I had on this topic from 2 years ago. Just through it and see how it still fits with today, but I sent it out 2 years ago. Similar to John, a well-designed and art-filled downtown with vibrant small businesses and pleasant surprises on every block.
So well said.
Yeah, that's nice. That's better than saying.
Pleasant surprise.
And then the heart of that would be a renovated park theater, and years ago I said a renovated plaza district, because that was our goal.
Right.
We'll talk about that later today. Strong support for seniors who want to stay in their homes, and we're moving towards that. I think we're elegant, low rise along Mount Diablo Boulevard with pedestrian bike paths and transit, so the downtown residents can get to school, activities, shops, appointments without getting in their cars. Additional playing fields at the west end of town, preserved open space.
We have actually asked for that. I'll be at that, because I'm not capturing everything, but,
I'll send you.
okay.
You won't be able to read mine. And then bike paths to downtown, areas of town.
So there's just a lot of consistency there with Johnny saying. Mayor?
The second question for Carl.
Oh, right. What would need to change for that to become a
Well,
reality?
we're gonna talk about that today.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll put an
A
asterisk
lot
there.
of things that I think we're gonna talk about head in that direction.
Okay. Mayor?
Very similar, not, people are very surprised at that. I think that. So very similar to what Charles is saying. But what needs to change is because we don't have any local control, we need to really. And we need to get. Are you imagining the bike along Mount Diablo, or imagining it on the aqueduct?
Well, I mean, it's broader than that. I'm imagining that we're gonna talk about redesigning the downtown.
Okay,
So that people can get around more easily with bikes or on foot.
sure.
And then integrating the whole town by having protected bike paths from every section of town. That would be my
Okay.
goal over the next 10 years.
No, I think aqueduct is great, but.
Yes.
But the businesses and houses
That's
already
that was
along
my
like
question.
yellow, we have to have, we can't, it's not an either or kind of thing.
Right, and so where I differ from them is, the evacuation routes. Issue is a tension, between these kinds of paths and, the safety of our residents. So,
So so what you wind up with will have to be related to that, how evacuation routes are.
exactly, that's our unfortunate reality here. It's a Lafayette.
So for you, what would need to change? That's one area for you, right?
Right, no, so imagining Mount Diablo Boulevard with a lot of bikes and peds without getting any more land,
Okay.
means that maybe we take away. Some of the driving lanes, pinch it down, road diets are always an option, right? But during the evacuation, you want to be able to open those up,
Okay,
right? So that's the tension.
okay. All right. Thank you. John, Jim.
Yeah, I looked at that, and my first thought was having a sort of framing this as sort of a vibrant downtown, which seems to be kind of a common theme here. And to me, that would mean you've got sort of active life along the whole corridor. I like the idea of framing it from one end to the other. The other thing I thought, though, is that with a meaningful civic center, I guess what I'd love to see would be that the downtown part expanded. So there's a real core there. It's probably one site you could look at, but that's one thing. And I'd like, in my 10 years, I think I'd want to have like a real civic center, a real city hall in the downtown that the city owns. And I throw that out there too. Because, places I've grown up in had that. And I think we're honestly past due. So I put that out there as well, as something to sort of like center the whole community around as we build housing and enhance sort of businesses along that whole stretch. The other part for me was also having, vibrant, healthy neighborhoods, which I think we do have, but it's sort of like making sure that I want safe, vibrant, healthy neighborhoods. And I think that's part of what the mayor was saying. I mean, I'm very conscious of making sure that we've got, we've done everything we've got evacuation zones really well plotted out, and we've done what we can to sort of like mitigate the risks that these different neighborhoods face with respect to, particularly with fire. I mean, we've got a conscious plan that we're moving on actively over, you know, in a sustained way. And to me, all that means money. And which means that by 10 years, we will have renewed Measure H. Because I think we're gonna need it.
Yes.
Just put it on the table. And maybe there's other funding options as well. I would put those on the table too. And we may need to be financing some of the stuff, which means we've got a healthy balance sheet.
So that's what we need to change. You would need
I
some
think
additional dollars to.
Yeah, I guess I'd say changes in the hands.
Gina,
Well, definitely have the easiest, because that is the vision, right? A vibrant downtown, easy, accessible, safe, and the neighborhoods, as that web leading into the center, safe as well as out of the need to with fire safety. I think, the center is a great idea. So to me, the 10 years, because knowing how things have worked for the past 4 or 5 that I've been on council, it's basically a lot of planning in the meantime, but, I would add what I want to see is more civic engagement, more community residents, really being part of this planning. Definitely a plan for how we get there is going to take a lot. I would like to see less traffic, period. Coming from the different neighborhoods, it's really hard to get downtown, and I would love to see that whole flow, these better organized, if not less traffic, because it's a mess coming from the Valley neighborhood. I know coming off the freeway when you're commuting, also going through town, and that doesn't lend well sometimes to that vibrancy. It's just like, I just want to get through it and out of here. So that would be a key thing. And then other than that, because I know when we started off with the general plan, it was like looking for the plan 2040. So I think just keeping along with priorities that we had, which was the fiscal sustainability. Now we've accomplished the short term, we definitely have to hit the long term. And I think as we look at redoing Measure H, it has to be maybe not necessarily Measure H, but something a lot bigger that allows us to afford the planning. And the infrastructure will need the resources for true fire safety, whatever that will lead to. So.
anything, great icebreaker. Thank you all for doing that. So, I'm going to ask for the next slide if it's working. So I want to set the stage, what's going to come. I really appreciate the time all of you spend individually talking with me on the phone, and I just want to share with you, what I heard. And you're all pretty much on the same on the same place. What you wanted to really do today is reach consensus, and I think you will get there. You also said council is working really well together. And I work with another number of councils, and I won't name any names, but I don't hear that a lot. So bravo for that. I also heard that you've done well on your 24-25 priorities on most of them. And again, Measure H was a big part of that. I mean, you succeeded with that. So what I heard is areas of interest that were raised. And I think there's going to be some discussion with that today. The new fire maps have come, and there's some ramifications. I'm not sure the staff's really had a lot of time to pour through that yet. I heard something about objective design standards, succession planning, loss of senior staff was something almost all of you brought up. Also, the issue of your commissions and committees, and again, may not have an opportunity to talk about that today, but some felt that maybe some of the commissions should be smaller, less people on a difficulty reaching quorums. Maybe looking at how they operate, how they can provide support for the council in a different way. Also brought up is how to best to work with community on large development proposals that will be coming forward. Ability and role of the city to help marginalized people. Again, may not be something you talk about today, but an issue relative to how the larger federal environment may be changing and how that affects you. I've heard almost from all of you, how do we get more residents engaged? What is the process for doing that? And then how do you fund the maintenance of city infrastructure? And I know that you'll be hearing about that today. So with that, I think it is time for your city manager to give you an update.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief because I assume you've read the staff report and you've already reviewed your priorities in January. So I just wanted to set the stage for your discussions on priorities, touch on staffing, because that is a huge component. And the last item on the agenda are more specific, discussions on specifics. Andy Conley will be here to talk about fire maps and what we've learned to date, and that's important. I'll spend a short period of time talking about federal funding because frankly, we don't know. But what we do know, we will share with you. And Suzanne will be talking about what we do to inform the community and what we do to engage them. I learned from her yesterday that we are two different things. We do a lot of output, but we also have moments where we go and engage the community, and I'll be doing that as well. So for your priorities, the 3 priorities last year, the first one, of course, I think was the biggest lift for the community, for the council, and for staff. And I look at that as phase 1, as Councilmember Dawson mentioned. We now have additional funds, which we will start receiving. A full year will start in the next fiscal year. So what today, we hope to get direction from you is, where do you want those monies allocated? Remembering that when we went to the voters, we said that the money would be spent on funding existing programs to keep them ongoing. And so I would encourage you to look at all our existing programs and see if additional resources should be pledged to those programs. There's a big issue that Tracy and I have been talking about, and you have as well, which is our assets are growing, and our ability to maintain them is not as effective as we would like it to be. We really do need to take a hard look at funding our maintenance for the long term, and Tracy will get into that further. For your second priority, which is emergency preparedness, we are doing. Last year, we did our first brush clearance with Con Fire. We hope to do so again this year. The last few years were spent really just based on the talent of staff, building what I would call the infrastructure, the wildfire cameras, the batteries, the trailer, the ability to charge signals when they were out during PSPS. This year, and looking forward at least for the next couple of years, Andy, our new coordinator, he and I have talked about it. We're going to be focusing on the community outreach and training staff. We need every staff member in the city of Lafayette is a disaster worker, and when something happens, we have to be there to help out. But it's a very, if you have ever experienced an EOC, there are specific roles and you need to know what to do when you get there. You cannot be in the way of people. And so Andy has started already by surveying staff to find out what kind of experience they have. And he's going to start scheduling some training for staff. And also tabletop exercises with not only hopefully at the end of the year, we would have La Marinda involved and the schools and others. So we're making progress. Could additional funds be spent here? Maybe, because if that's your priority, we need that direction. And the third one is started off as a multi-other corridor plan, and I think this is our weakest link. We have not delivered as much as we would like to. And last year you started by, rather than looking at the grant plan, you started by tasks. It was more task driven. And the updates are in the staff report. We are making slow progress. I think if all things were ideally, I had everything I wanted in the world. We would have at least one, if not two, staff members dedicated to this task, planners, or a planner and an engineer, and a really good consultant. And it would be like a 1 to 2 year program. It will cost us money. It's going to cost quite a bit of money. But we need dedicated staff. I don't think with all the other things that are on staff's plate, that we can really do this justice. Which leads me to staffing. And so we currently have 7 positions open. 4 of them were frozen last year, and they've been put unfrozen. And we are advertising for the 2 analysts. What we need internally as soon as possible is an HR analyst to onboard, train, retain staff, and Tracy is working on that. We lost an accounting technician last year, and we are hiring that position. We had 2 staff members, senior staff members, who left, but they left because they got promoted. So in a way, I look at it as good training in Lafayette. One is our assistant planning director, who is becoming the planning director of Moraga, and the other, our finance manager, moving to San Ramon. So these are important positions to fill, and we're in the midst of that. Particularly when it comes to the planning department, in addition to these vacancies, we have medical leave anticipated for a couple of senior positions that will start this month and go through to December of 25. So the department will be short-staffed. And so reason I bring that up is to, coupled with the fact, as you get the applications received, currently we have what I would call, the terraces will likely start grading this year. We have a couple of pre-app applications submitted. We have one on the Walgreens side, one in Corporate Terrace, and there is another application behind the crosses.
Corporate Terrace, I haven't heard that one.
Lafayette
Good,
Lane.
right, good, that's right.
Lafayette Lane, they're proposing some cottages there. Yeah, so the reason I bring that up is I don't know if the economy is picking up, but certainly applications are being had. Oh, I forgot, we have the Oak Hill project, which is another lovely project. So just to be mindful of the fact that we are going to be hiring contract planners, but believe me, it takes a while to train a contract planner and supervise them. So to give them something substantial would be difficult. Yes,
How many planners are you thinking of contracting?
at least 2 in the senior positions, if not more.
So what's the pipeline like for all these positions? You have the frozen 4 open, or at least reopened officially, semi-officially for the last few months. I mean, are we getting applications? What's it look like?
Yeah, pipe in if you can, Tracy. So let's start with the account technician. We did interview. We found a candidate. but she did not accept the position. Let me touch on the third senior planner position. I don't believe this is the time to hire somebody brand new when there isn't anyone to train them. They will be coming in cold. So I would rather look at this year as for planning, getting its applications done and a few long-range tasks, but not more. They have the housing element and the objective standards, and we have signed a contract with Lisa Weiss, and she can start as early as next month. But beyond that, so that's the senior planner position. The senior engineer, as you know, we've been trying for 2 years. It's been an open position. We're competing with the kind of the regional agencies and the utility companies that really pay far more. Mike has indicated that he's just going to work within the staffing he has this coming year and finish all the projects. He's taking on the BART project, which is a big one. Yeah. But if you know, again, we're presenting it to you. I just want you to understand if you feel you need us to focus on something and fund that, we will do it. But this is the landscape.
But the fund is in the budget now for this, for that senior, that engineer position.
Yes,
Yeah.
all the 4 frozen positions are in the budget. They've been budgeted, as well as the account technician and the assistant planning director and the finance.
And just to wrap, I'm sorry, but
Yes.
now if I think about budgetary and the contract positions, contract is more expensive.
Correct.
What's the, is it a 40 or 50%? Or is it double?
Markup, you
Yeah,
mean?
what was it cost us
You know?
for?
I'm not sure with contractors, but it could be as much as 50%. We've had those positions vacant for a couple of months, so. But depending on how long they're here, yes, it could potentially.
And how about the HR analyst? That's one you said was kind of like one of the more important ones.
Yeah.
That one would seem to be an easier.
I think we'll get more. I keep trying to post it and then we keep losing senior people. It starts getting bumped out of
Yeah.
priority, but I'm gonna hopefully post that this week. I will probably be able to get more applications
Yeah.
because those aren't as specific to government, because I think that sometimes when we have planner and engineer positions, you're competing with other agencies. And that has its own challenges. You don't necessarily have to do that with the analyst type positions.
Just because you mentioned it was one more, ironically, one of the more important ones, just because of the training aspect of everything. So like, well, it's maybe an easy win on that one. Just kind of, at least get one up the table.
Correct. Yeah, that's, I think if you were to ask what is our priority this year, it's staffing. It's staffing, it's looking at staff training and retention. And Tracy's done some analysis on, you know, we all use the word succession planning, but do we need to look at it in a different lens, given the new generations that are coming in, and should be happy to share that with you. I also wanted to point out your priorities are focused on or impact certain departments more than others. Everyone is impacted in one way or the other, but the fiscal sustainability was administration and finance. Emergency preparedness is primarily police and fire, with a little bit of assistance from engineering and planning. And then the downtown was quite heavily planning focused, with some engineering and transportation associated with it. The other departments continue to do their work and provided you with a list of additional tasks that they have taken on. Just some quick statistics for you. It's just all about the current staffing. We have 46 regular employees at and of the 46, about 50% live in Contra Costa County. We have about 10 employees in Alameda, 2 in Solano, and we have 3 who live in Sacramento. Yeah, and then we have 1 in San Jose and in San Francisco. Within Contra Costa County, the majority of live within central Contra Costa. We do have people living in, as far away as Antioch and Brentwood or San Pablo, but this is the rough areas that they live in. And about tenure, this is also quite interesting. A 33% of our staff, the regular employees, have been here over 15 years. 48% have been less than 4 years. So we are seeing phasing out and a phasing in, and that is another important, another reason why we need to, Tracy and I and the HR analysts really need to start talking about, okay, what do we do to keep them? Understanding that we're not PERS, we all know that. And therefore it's more challenging to hire mid-level positions. But also understanding we're a small city and therefore we don't have this white birth of you go from this in certain departments, A, B, C, D, there's only so much you can go by. So keeping all those in mind. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions, and Tracy will as well. If you don't, she's going to be talking about maintenance.
One more thing with staff, I'm just kind of curious, the internships, I suppose, if you can speak to that, because it seems so delightful when we get the interns that you, how is that program going, and we'd like to expand that? This seems to be enough that I don't think it's solved staffing problems, but to introduce people to Lafayette. I mean, you can imagine internships coming out of DVC or St. Mary's or something like that. We kind of start getting some more homegrown talent. I don't know if we're looking to expand that or.
We are always looking for interns, and when we do get interns, we welcome them. We've had planning interns. I started out as an intern, so I know the value of an internship. And some of our interns have gone on to be promoted all the way up to senior plan. I think Michael started off, Sarah started off as an intern. We have an engineering intern right now. Internships are great. Yeah, and they do, you can charge them with doing GIS work or things that, we always would want to do, but don't have the time to do it.
And have we, now I'm not a big fan of it actually, but I just want we looked at recruiters, some sort of agencies that, because you pay for it.
Yeah.
We have some funds, we spend a lot of funds, but there is some money in the budget. Is that worth it or not worth it, or right now
I
something
mean,
do
I
lots
can
of
look into it.
organically?
We've used recruiters, but they've mostly been for director level positions or higher. A lot of the recruiters don't feel like the work. I mean, for mid-level positions, we haven't. It's not really.
I'm not saying,
something-
I'm not a big fan, I haven't had huge success, but I'm just like trying to, just don't know if we need a flail, trying to think a lot outside the box about how we try to get some
Absolutely.
more. Especially if you're paying mostly, if they get somebody, then your risk level, your risk level is a little less.
This may be an overly general question, but I've heard anecdotally from other cities that it's hard, they're having difficulty recruiting talent.
Correct.
Is the public sector space something that's maybe less attractive now? Especially in the Bay Area? Is that what the headwind we're competing against partially, or?
I've talked to my fellow city managers, and they are all experiencing some level of that problem. We tend to poach from each other. That's the reality of it. Try not to take it too personally. The other day I was sitting, on one side was the city manager of Moraga and the other San Ramon, and I'm
Eating off your plate.
Yeah, basically.
It is a problem. We sent you some reading materials, and I do think that the planners and the engineers who come in have a different mindset than when I started out. It is that I think kudos to them, their work-life balance, they know that they give it more importance. The other thing is, and this is something that we instill and we will continue to instill, they want to take jobs where they can feel it's a sense of purpose. And even whatever job you had, you're leading on to some, you're making a contribution, you're making a difference. And I will say in some of the planners that we've interviewed, Lafayette's not a good fit for them because they don't think they can get that purpose. Especially when it comes to social issues or housing. They don't feel that sense of fulfillment. So there are a lot of little challenges. All it takes is one, and we found some really good gems and we hope to keep them. But Tracy will tell, she strives so much in so many different platforms, and it is a challenge.
And maybe falling relative to our other communities, we don't have CalPERS, so I can see why we have a barbell of older staff, or not actually more junior staff, sorry.
Yes.
And younger,
Yes.
with a gap in the middle, is that, I mean, that's kind of the other hand we're getting at, right?
It is, absolutely, it is,
Can I just,
please,
I think that might be part of it, but I've been here for almost 25 years and it didn't used to be that way and we've never been first.
Right.
Interesting.
So I don't think that, back 25 years ago, we did not have a lot of people leaving. It was a lot steadier. I didn't have that barbell. So I'm not sure I can, I haven't done an analysis or asked, but I'm not sure that's why. Ruth and I were chatting. I think part of it is a change in attitude for people who are working. Got the Gen Z, my kids are Gen Z and now in their jobs. It used to be that you took a job and you just kept it for a long time, right? 10 years, 15 years. I've had 2 professional careers, right? This one and the previous one that lasted 12. So my kids are like, they're a year and a half, 2 years, they're looking to go. And I used to look at resumes and it had a lot of job hopping and it would be I didn't like it. I'm like, well, that person's not steady. Why can't they keep a job? Right? But it's not like that. In fact, there will be people out there saying, if you're not jumping jobs and bootstrapping yourself up with raises every couple of years, you're missing out. So I don't know how much of it is just that at the lower end. Nobody just feels like they're gonna come and stay for a really long time.
I get that.
I wonder how much of that is colored by the tech industry, because that was the big deal. You start up in a startup and you need to go.
yeah,
Like every couple,
Oh, yeah.
and then sometimes not even a couple years, it's even less than that. You either get another position or you go to another company.
Or
And
something's
you're-
wrong with you, actually.
and you're-
literally.
yes.
Exactly.
That the range of experience is what people are actually looking for. Oh, you're at this company, that company, these different
they're
things.
looking at it completely differently
Yeah,
than what we are used to looking at, yeah. So there are no other questions.
Public comment.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Wait.
so sorry. Public comment.
Any public comment? Let me find out. If any members of the public would like to comment in Zoom, please use the raise hand feature.
Just a question, how many members of the public are on Zoom?
Looks like there's one member of the public on Zoom and one member of the public on YouTube. There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, so,
I'll go over here to.
Actually, can I ask that one more time? If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment, please raise your hand. Sorry. We do have a public comment.
Okay, please, go ahead.
All right, Cheryl, let me unmute you.
Cheryl.
Good morning, Cheryl. Cheryl, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I just have a really quick question. Is this the meeting that is the Saturday, usually takes place on Saturday, that is considered like a workshop?
Yeah, the goal setting, correct.
All right, thank you. I thought that it was normally on Saturday, and I think we didn't understand that, so I'm trying to let people know. Thank you.
There are no other public comments.
Okay, so item 8.
Okay, so again, I'm not going to rehash what Ruth has put into the packet. But when we talked about the final budget in January, I brought up that, given that we were gonna have an infusion from Measure H, that we would potentially have some money in the general fund reserve that was over the target. And I recommended that there's a lot of infrastructure that the city has accumulated over the years. We do have sinking funds. There are only a few of those and they have not actually been increased over the years for inflation. And we've not really done a deep dive. I think it was surprising, actually, a little eye-opening when I went to all of the department heads to give me that list of infrastructure, which is included in your packet. That is a lot of infrastructure that we need to maintain, things that we already own. So towards that end, we have listed that, which I think is actually a good step. I don't think we've actually had that all in one place before. And then I have contacted 2 capital planning consultants who do exactly this kind of work, who will come in, who will look at all of the infrastructure and actually give us a plan over the next 10 and 20 years, what needs to be done, how much it will cost, which will then give us an idea of where we actually need to be, first of all, with our sinking funds today, and then what we need to be putting in place for the future. I received one quote back, and this is for what we call phase 1. That would be for all the buildings, and parks and trails. And that was about $40,000. I expect another quote to come in, probably today. He told me today. I expect it to be somewhat similar. Phase 2 would be things like the street lights and the traffic lights and the pathways. So that's not included. So this is mostly just buildings, play equipment, the ancillary infrastructure that we have. We do already have a program that for the roads. So we do know what that is, so that's separate. We don't really need to do that in addition, so that we already, I think, have a really good handle on what that's gonna cost going forward. So that's kind of where we are. I don't know exactly the timing, what I'm hoping. It's a big project, so I'm not sure it's gonna be completed by the time the budget comes. I hope it will be, if we can get this going. But again, you can imagine like a really large building like the library with a lot of things like HVAC, roof. I mean, there's a lot and we want it to be done well and thoroughly. But again, it will cost.
And if I can add, we have a couple of buildings now that are not in the best condition. One is the community center. And we, about the cost to replace the roof and the HVAC. The police department, the roof is leaking in 2 places. We have.
Yes.
Oh.
I saw that.
Oh, you did.
We just got that.
Yes. And so, not only is it the condition needs to be improved, they're kind of running out of space too.
Yeah.
So we need to look at that as well and see how do you tackle additional personnel or additional equipment? Is it one place? Is it satellite? Whatever that may be. But those things are coming in terms of.
I'm sorry, why are they running out of space? Because we're not increasing the numbers of officers. So
Well,
why
there's
is
so
it
much
different?
equipment.
So is it different now than it was 2 years ago, or was it just undersized?
I don't know whether that, the building is a small building.
It is a small building.
Yeah.
It was very quickly refitted to suit the police department because the police department was asked to leave from this building. And so it was just done quickly.
So it's really, it's just more, it's probably undersized to begin with. We just-
Correct. I don't, yeah, it's not that, yeah, we maintain the 17 officers for a period of time. Yeah, it's not the personnel, it's more all the stuff that they have to do.
Is there a suggestion for what to do about that?
No, we haven't. I'd like to talk to Chief Williams. He has sensed that, you know, he came and told me, you know, there are 2 buckets. And I said, just absorb it, learn about it, and then we can talk about what he's good, about what needs to be done. What he is going to do is, there's a lot of stuff that can
Yes.
go.
Oh, okay.
And so he's going to first get that out of the way, and then we can see.
I have a question, so it'd be really important for us to get these numbers, you know, obviously as soon as we can. Can we focus first on the ones that we know are gonna be the big ones and have them, you know, start to finish on those instead of going wide, you know, kind of go narrow?
Yeah, I think the most important ones that are gonna be the most expensive are the 4 buildings.
I agree.
So I will definitely, when I see what the other bid comes in
Sure.
and choose a consultant, I will have them going
Great,
and focus on the buildings first,
Okay.
absolutely.
wonderful,
And do it in phases, yeah, the buildings are gonna be the most expensive.
super, thank you.
I have a question about, like, these are all our hard assets, so it's our capital asset management, maintenance. Would we consider our personnel a soft asset to look at? I mean, here we are talking about what it's gonna take to, you know, retain, recruit, whatever people, and we maybe need to look at them. These are so important, they are the city. These are the people that do the jobs we need to do. Also, our digital communications, like our website is a huge thing. And also our other assets we have,
Yes,
media assets, like, because those are gonna be more expensive too as we go along. They do take staff time and they take hosting, maintenance and all that good stuff if we ever wanted to. You know, also it will factor in a lot too, so should we be
So,
considering that?
yes, that's on a list, if I get an HR analyst, I think sort of the care and feeding of the employees is a prime objective, I think. Maybe just even going out for employee engagement, so we can really understand what employees are looking for. So yes, that is important. I think also, you mentioned the website. That's prescient. Suzanne and I have actually been looking into updating the website. It's, you know, 12 years old now. It has a lot of information, which is great. I think here to navigate, and there's some technology that I think we can implement. I think we can give it a facelift. You won't be surprised to hear that it is expensive. And I'm just gonna, we're going back and forth with, to figure out, you know, what we can do, but just to give you sort of a sense and, we pay about $10,000 a year now for the hosting and the maintenance of our website, which is the back end and the hosting. Going to a new website that may have some updated notification capabilities, some of that. Well, the AI would be a little separate. So a lot of cities have gone with a box, which can be very useful. Additional search capabilities, forms, yes, and maybe an idea of like online forms that can feed directly into our systems as opposed to reading. All really great stuff, online payments. But we're talking about going to $27,000 a
Per year,
year.
okay.
And that gives us pause, because I wanna make sure that, you know, that's every year. Well, and we would negotiate. They wanted like 7% increases every year. I'm gonna push back on that. But that's kind of a huge jump. That's more, you know, it's more than double. And so I wanna make sure that, you know, are we actually gonna be getting a website that's twice as good for that kind of money? But yes, it's on our mind. We're actively looking at it. Oh.
Go ahead.
Of Carl's. Carl
and John.
Yeah, so city attorney, we can just throw out any ideas here now, right?
About infrastructure.
Yeah. This is infrastructure, this ties in,
Yeah.
you know, say what Tracy was just saying, I'm gonna raise an idea.
Staff is probably not infrastructure, but the.
Okay, well,
So we
if
talked
we-
about current stuff.
yeah, if we talk about doing
We're
a
on a different
website,
agenda item, so if we wanna go back.
what I would really suggest before we do a website, and this is something I've raised with Ruth and Tracy and Suzanne, is we need to look at our graphic, the look and feel of the city graphics, because we've got all kinds of different fonts. We need to have a unified, before we do a website, we need to do the whole graphic thing and get everybody on the same page, because we've got departments who are doing things in completely
Yes.
different than other departments. We need to have the same Lafayette look and feel. And it's as simple as deciding what Lafayette green is.
Honestly, no, it is, yeah.
So, but I would really suggest we do that. And, you know, when I raised that, Suzanne pointed out rightly, there's no time to do that at this point. But if we're going to spend money on a website, I think we need to look at the
Agreed.
overall
I
graphic.
think it's the same thing. We've done that before, but I think we kind of strayed.
Yeah.
We did have a font and Microsoft changed fonts on this, but yes.
It is Calibri 11.
Yeah, but all signage.
But colors and everything is so
Yes.
important.
But
It's our brand,
Yeah,
yeah.
branding.
Totally. We have a unified brand throughout all departments.
But that being said, I just wanted to say that I think our website is incredible. The information you can get out there, the history that's there, and it's like, I think it's easy to find.
It's a great search
Yeah,
search
yeah.
engine on the website.
Oh, you think
Bet-
it's good? We've
I
had a
think
lot
it's
of
good.
critics.
Well, no, I think it's better. Well, anyway, better than a lot of
Josh?
websites, I guess.
I just wanna, I don't know how to do this, but so, you know, my prior, company, I designed web content management systems. I've probably converted dozens of websites in my, when I was consulting as well as in the tech
Some
world.
internships.
I would just really love to be involved. If I could, I
Yes.
just really want to hold these consultants. I know, I mean, I've been on both sides. I mean, I know, I really want to just hold them accountable, make sure we get the best value.
You're hired.
No, I just love to,
Just
I'd love to be
saying.
involved in it.
That's
I've done this
actually-
many times. and I
That
just wanna make
actually
sure we
might
don't-
be, Dan and I maybe can chat with you
Yeah.
because it is helpful. We're dealing with, a company that has quite a few, I mean, they're geared specifically towards municipal
Right,
websites.
which is what you want.
Good.
Yeah.
And yes, so I mean, can I just throw it out? If you guys have seen other websites for cities that you like, please let us know.
That you like or that you
Or that you hate,
dislike.
yes.
There.
That feedback is super helpful to us.
Yes, it is, but maybe we can chat with you, John, because it is helpful, because I think maybe Suzanne and I, or I'll just speak for myself, less technical.
No, yeah, I'd just love to see, if you got the requirements, whatever kind of things we got pulled together. I mean, look and feel is important for sure, but just getting that kind of core function, help us figure out what are we really important, what's not important, how do we like, figure out what's success and all that kind of stuff. So no, I would just putting it out there, I would just love to be part of that to make sure, because we do, it's such a lot of work, we only do it one time.
Well, it's a lot of
You
work
know,
yeah, to convert the website and clean it out.
But I really think, as we're gonna talk about more about civic engagement, about all the other things, we have so many things that we're talking about today, it's like having that core, you know, this piece that can kind of be the hub of all that, of the communication and get more interaction back and forth, it's just like, it's so critical. And, yeah, we're looking a little creaky right now, I can't imagine if we had some sort of young person looking at our website to figure out what's about Lafayette, they're gonna say, oh, these people really, you know, we're not really,
They're stuck with that.
Yeah, look about the thing you are, cause, I think one of the real treasures is the storage, is the history that we have of all the like meeting notes, like.
Oh, no, we can't lose any of that.
Yeah, when I
course.
came in as a counselor, I know you were like this,
Oh, yeah.
you went back and was able to find everything I needed to find, and do research and still do it, you know, go back to old meetings, it's there. I
Yeah,
don't have
so a
to
lot
keep
of that
it.
remains, but the search functionality of
Yeah,
this
and
is something that
storage
can
of
be
it.
improved.
That's the AI
Accessible, yeah.
part that,
Yeah,
Making sure we.
Right, because we look at, they get all those old audio and video, and during the migration, get those all transcribed and indexed, so we can search for things inside the meetings that are happening as well. I mean, you can just do all sorts of interesting
Yeah,
things,
it's like
right?
day by day,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
well, I'm glad you guys seem like you're on board, so I'm just warning you, it's just, to
It's a
me,
big-
it seemed like a
Yeah.
huge leap.
Yeah.
In expense, and I know that we're trying to, I mean, measure each path, but it really is, we were trying to still keep it at the same level.
Right,
So
But this
website
one-
is a core, I think the website is a core service. It's not a new service.
No.
But it's much more expensive than I anticipated.
but if we could justify that by cost savings with less staff time, if you've got these online forms and you've got all this stuff, I mean, streamlining pays, right?
Yeah, so that's again, I will just point out, because I know it's kind of a theme.
Sure.
It's a huge project to get those forms done. We talked about getting an intern to maybe convert them. We just need to make sure that the back end data that's coming into the forms can feed into our current systems. I would say that, I don't even actually know a number. I'll just say a large percentage is planning. Planning has the most forms and documents and information that needs to feed in. And you just heard Naruk say, you know, for the next year, we have a little bit of a shortage in planning staff, so I do want to manage that expectation. Because we need to do it timely, maybe a little.
One other question about this internship, would we consider not just like, you know, the more that people just don't want to gain experience, but those people who actually have experience and can volunteer their time to like say maybe they have great forms background, like what John was saying, he's got this great background, but if there are people out in the community that could come and actually dedicate some time, would we consider that them interns and do that kind of, you know, use that kind of skill and talent and expertise on that? Which, yeah, not paid, yeah.
Yeah, it will be a volunteer you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Or we had
well,
Chuck
but we started,
Bill.
but we started paying him because I think we ran into issues. Well, first of all, you have to pay interns,
Now you do.
it's a law,
You do.
right? But if you had a volunteer,
Yeah.
the problem with volunteers is, I mean, volunteers are great, they can get a lot done, but they're volunteers, right? So they can just come and they can go, or they can get busy. So I don't know right now what the scope is or how we might be able to break it up. Because you don't want someone to start something and just, because they have other responsibilities and you're not paying them, that they just sort of move on and you don't move forward because you're constantly trying to retrain. So I think that's a balance.
Yeah, okay.
I just want to go back to one time, this is prior to the computer, actually, we were talking about the maintenance and the sinking fund. And you said they weren't indexed to CPI. I know prior, we were talking about sinking funds going forward, I think that should be a policy, obviously, just kind of put, I'm
Agreed.
surprised, I thought about that, right, but any sinking fund that
Well,
isn't
yeah,
indexed
we
to.
were trying to balance, you know, other priorities
Yeah.
with that. But you're right, absolutely should be.
I mean, I just think because it's a fiscal responsibility, but yes, everything should have a sinking fund, but it's like.
At least
If we don't,
CPI,
not
because
CPI at least.
Some of that
or
building
whatever,
stuff
then
is
we're just gonna-
actually increasing at a rate that
Faster,
would
right.
be more than
Yeah.
CPI.
I'm sure the consultant will come back with that.
Well, that's what we're getting for our money is like a 15, 20-year plan
Yeah.
that we'll be able to, and that will include inflation.
So, what's the rubric we've been using so far then? Just for like these sinking funds, it's just kind of, is there analysis done to sort of figure out what you might need for the field restrooms or whatever?
I think, well, let me start with the biggest one, which is the library.
Yeah.
We do have a spreadsheet that we put together that looked at some of the bigger costs that we think that we would be having to incur over the next, you know, 25 to 30 years. And we put that together and we, you know, divided it up by years and then we just came up. So it wasn't a complete stab in the dark. That number at that time was $200,000, which is what we put away. So for that. For the police station and things like that, to be honest, it just was a number that we thought would be reasonable over time, given what we knew. So I'm not gonna say that there was a lot of deep analysis, which is why this actually is so important.
So there are like maybe two parts to this. There's some needs like in the community center and so on. So some of this stuff is sort of front loaded, it's almost CIP stuff.
Correct, that's right. And Jonathan has done a lot of work on what that might cost. So if that's in, I think we're gonna get a better idea, maybe just sort of second source confirmation that that's what needs to happen, but you know, and our city engineer will tell you in a lot of cases, honestly, that it might have been the case in the police department too. Sometimes it's a big hit, but it's better to take it down and rebuild it.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of money up front, so it's a little hard to justify, because you don't have the money necessarily, you can bond for the money, but that's a whole thing, but I think that needs to be considered rather than just keep piecing it together. So there's a lot of, that's a lot that we need to consider, but I think we need to consider.
So there's like the 1 to 3 year catch up,
Absolutely,
which is gonna be a big lump up front, and then there's a steady state, which is
correct.
reserving enough in.
That's what I was hoping to, yes, so we might have again this reserve money that we might wanna use to catch up.
Yeah.
But yes, our budget's going forward, and just you'll hear me say this, and I'm gonna harp on it a lot. Every time we build anything new, even if we get a grant to do it, yay.
Right.
Or we have
Yes.
park funds, yay,
Right.
that's all awesome, but we need to know, going forward, we can't use grant funds, we can't use park funds, so we really need, anytime we build anything new, from this time forward, putting money away
Excellent.
for that.
So we'll likely end up hopefully with an idea where maybe reserving X amount per year for a sinking fund, maybe it should be X times 3 or something. I mean, that, based on the sort of all of these guys will do
Yeah, I
on
wanna,
an ongoing basis.
ongoing, yes.
So how many cities have what I'll refer to as a comprehensive sinking fund system? Are you aware of one that we haven't decided to do this yet, but if we do it, you know, sinking fund for just about every asset. Is there other cities that do this?
I honestly haven't gone out to look, I would assume. Not many, I think you definitely have it for maybe their largest infrastructure, but not
Buildings, yes.
comprehensive.
Okay,
My intuition is that most cities are way behind the curve on this stuff.
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, but
That's
then my
surprising.
next thing, Jim, you probably, well, Tracy, you know, the laddering of our investments, because my concern about putting money away is that when we put money away, we get a city return on it, and that's way below a market return. So I think if we're putting a lot of money in the sinking funds, we need to look at the same time about how we can ladder it so that maybe a little more aggressive than we are now in terms of at least getting CD rates or, you know, better rates for the money that won't be
I would
spent.
love to, I think we have another internship.
But I think that's, we'll get to that, you know, later when we talk about priorities, but I think that's an area where maybe we can pick up some, and we particularly would need to do it if we're putting all this money on ice.
Yeah.
At a 0.25%.
Smart, that'll be important. You mentioned, we can bond for that. If whatever bond we do, we have to go to the voters, right?
No,
No, okay, good, that was my hope.
not,
Hoping that was the
not,
answer.
if we're not asking the voters to pay for it through a property tax or something,
Okay.
no. But you would be able to do it. We have an expert here.
Thank you, all right,
But
Jim, you're on.
it's your collateral, like a mortgage really, and your collateral is the land,
Okay,
right? But,
yeah.
but you're obligating the general fund to pay for it.
Sure.
Yes.
And then the big thing, of course, is the interest rate environment.
Always.
That's, yes.
Which may be good.
Yeah.
Change, you can refinance it later, so it's like.
Oh, yeah, it's got like a house.
I think that would be important to figure out before our long-term strategy goes into play of our fiscal stability, because if we may need to ask the community for that, then it plays into that question you just asked.
It's a lot of big things we need to sort of grapple with.
And just to put out there, cities rarely use general obligation bonds for this kind of stuff.
Oh.
It's super hard to get a 2/3 vote. And they do lease finance for all this. all the time, and there's a.
Lease finance, what do you mean? Explain it.
So you use you do a financing where you use some piece of collateral, like maybe a library or maybe a community center to secure a borrowing. And it's based on really the investors are looking at the city making payments on a lease over time, just like you do copiers,
Okay.
or if you lease a police car,
Right.
it's the same thing. It's just a bigger number.
Are the rates good or?
Yeah, the rates are, they're, for a city like Lafayette, the rates would be attractive. I mean, it's not like
Okay.
it was 2 years ago.
So not a bond, you do this instead?
Yeah, it's
Well,
kind of
it's
like a
it's
bond in a
called
way.
bond. We did a bond for the library,
Right.
right, go out, right? So that was just using RDA funds against the library.
And the purpose would be though, because we have so much deferred maintenance that we need to catch up. I mean, because we're gonna pay, you pay this amount as you would the normal.
Could do that, but it'd be like if it made more sense to say, look, the community center is such a wreck, tear it down,
Right.
build something good. And that's something that would make a lot of sense to finance. You have an asset with a long-term life and you're doing a borrowing with a long-term life, and eventually it gets paid off.
So
Like Arinda built City Hall, and they're maybe 10 years away from it all being gone, the debt being gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
just to follow up on that just briefly, because you're talking about those are individual projects that you're kind of financing versus a general maintenance fund, which isn't quite so targeted. I just want to, because I think community center is a great idea, because that's a revenue generating asset as well, right? So that's also, the model is quite interesting. But just for a bunch of deferred maintenance has to be taken care of. It's a different, it feels different, or is it not?
Yeah, I think it'd be better. And Tracy, I don't want to jump in ahead of you on this thing, but like if it's deferred maintenance, better using like reserves you build up for that.
That's right.
If you're building a new asset, something with a long-term life,
That makes sense.
that would make sense to borrow for conceivably. Unless there's enough cash on hand to do it. But again, long-term asset, long-term life, long-term financing, they kind of dovetail, something about it.
Any other questions?
Public comment?
Yeah, I was making sure that there were no more. We're good? Okay, so public comment?
If
Yeah,
any
good go.
members of the public on Zoom would like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand. There are no hands raised.
Great, looking for, going on.
So the iceberg behind you, you've seen the iceberg before? I just think it's always a good visual way to understand as, Ruth was talking about capacity of staff, your own capacity. The top are, your goals and priorities and your policy direction, that's what you normally see. And below it are the kinds of things you've been talking about for the last 45 minutes or so. You provide services to community, planning for the future, managing human and financial resources, responding to unplanned events, interacting with other government agencies, maintaining infrastructure, which you just heard a great deal about, and meeting statutory requirements. And I think it's a good way as you begin to talk about your priorities or look at the ones that you've had before. The idea of capacity to take on both financial capacity, human resource capacity, technology. So let's have the next slide, please. So in terms of process, goal setting, I guess this is not maybe working.
No, it always just takes me a minute to get there. There we go. I don't know why it keeps on wanting to
It doesn't work.
freeze itself.
Okay. Well, this is where we are. The next one, please.
Okay.
Okay. So the process, discuss your current adopted priorities and the status. You've heard the status of where you are or staff is against them. Identify any new priorities, if any, to be discussed, seek clarification on new priorities, and discuss and arrive at consensus of the top priorities. The idea obviously is to have a unity of focus in terms of what they look like. And one of the things I think to consider is even your first one there. There's been change that has occurred since you set that. So on any of these, in terms of things that have changed and how that might impact how you look at these goals. So we have on the agenda to take a 5-minute break now. I was thinking you're ahead of schedule, but I think Suzanne, you'd like to be able to refocus.
Like a 2-minute break.
Okay, so
We can take 5 minutes. It's okay.
5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes.
I wouldn't mind.
Mayor, you may resume.
Great, thank you. So we're gonna go on to item 9, the big one for today is setting priorities for fiscal year 25-26. And for the record, if anybody in the audience has a comment, a public comment, since we want to keep the dialogue free flowing, just raise your hand if you're on Zoom or people here, just raise your hand and we will take your comment as quickly as we can get to it. I'll also do it formally at the end, just to be clear, but during it as well.
Great. So, again, your priorities that you established last year, just about the same time, develop a fiscal sustainability plan for short-term and long-term needs. So as the mayor says, free flowing, what are your thoughts about that priority? There have been things that have changed since you established it, some good things, and how might you look at that now? Carol?
Okay, well, I'm gonna start by thanking Stella and Matt Lees, who are the co-chairs of the committee that brought us to.
It's a success.
Well, I'm the city staff, that just.
Yeah,
been
oh my God.
the people in the room here.
Yes.
Yep.
Amazing.
I mean, unbelievable job in communicating with the public. It was just, it was great.
Overwhelming.
Amazing.
To get the vote, it was fantastic. Okay. I'm gonna make it fit, so this needs to stay on the priority list. It may not be the top priority, but I think our discussion in the last half hour has demonstrated that we need to keep this on the priority list. And another reason I think we need to do it is that we owe it to the public. We went to the public and we asked for their vote for this extra money. We need to look at the whole financial situation. And I don't know if this is the time for me to share my thoughts on this or.
Well, your thoughts meaning how you might change this in some way or what?
What we should be looking at for the next year.
Okay, so may I just first go around and see if others feel, how they're feeling about this remaining as a priority?
Oh, absolutely. To me, absolutely. And because we put such a timeline on our current measure H, right? We have to start looking at it right now. Yeah. So, yeah.
I could chime in as the newbie here. I really, I think the work you all did last year on this, with the priorities, like when I was thinking of running for council, this was like number 1 on my own list. And number 2 was the same as well. But, and I think we're trying to figure out, we're in the monopoly board we are, we're past Baltic Avenue, but we're not all the way to Marvin Gardens yet. And we don't get that. Because there's still a lot of work to be done. There's a citizen input we need to structure in this.
Yeah.
I think the prior conversation was like now that we've got a revenue stream, which gives us stability for the 5 to 7 years, what do you do with all that? I think there's a lot of wood left to chop on this. And I also think that 7 years is gonna come by in a blink. And we need to be thinking about what happens after. And because we either need to figure out can you change the revenue equation? What unfortunately means getting like a big box distributor in like a Costco, not likely. Or can you change the Bradley Burns sales tax allocation, which Steve Glazer tried many times, it didn't work, but I think we need to make a run at probably the latter one.
Yeah.
And so we can show the voters, look, we've tried to change the paradigm and maybe we can. I'm not optimistic, maybe we can. But also think about, at some point we'll have to go back to voters, and this is a decision for later, but I don't know if you want to wait 7 years. Because I think if there's a renewal, you want to if it doesn't work, you want to have time to adapt. So maybe it's a 5-year horizon to make this, to figure out the next game.
Sure, Gina?
I agree completely. I think this has to stay. I mean, everything we're discussing and everything we want to do, no matter what priorities we end up sustaining now or coming up with, I don't think we have the ability to focus on much more, will necessarily depend on our financial situation. So definitely has to stay in the priority. I would say it's still the top priority on us.
So Mayor, did you have thoughts about this thing?
No, yes, I already did. I said yes, 100%.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I think it's good. I mean, I think if we're reflecting how it was, I think it was great. I think, because again, there's the short term, long term, I kind of view 2 ways. I think the short term, we did the first half. We kind of solidified our foundation. We have the luxury now to kind of look a little more mid-long term. So, no, so I agree. I think, so maybe it's more of
So
a,
the
I think we're
terminology-
having, I mean, I think gym expertise, terrific. I mean, we have this kind of ability to kind of look long-term is terrific. So I would say, yeah, I'm very pleased with how H went and how we can, that's great. So I think it's, whether it's for, I'd be kind of curious. I think that'll be a great discussion, figure out where it ranks in the priorities, but clearly it's in the top.
So just to clarify, the short term go away because short term, again, it's always semantics, what is short term? You've got your horizon with Measure H. Is it a longer term or as you were saying, midterm?
Well, I just view as, I think if we look at Measure H, it was Measure H passed, that's great. That kind of put, that solved the short-term crisis as far as like, we didn't have to lay, we had to lay off, and cutting services. That was, that to me, that was short-term. That was gonna happen this next fiscal year. Now that we can take a big breath, now we can look at the long term. So I view this as really focusing on our kind of long-term stability, but
Okay. So Carl, you have some
Yeah, I have
thoughts?
a little different view, because I think it's not so much short-term, long-term now,
Okay.
it's what we do for the next year. And the reason I say that is because there's still a lot of uncertainty. So when we plan for the next year, just thinking about the things that will be part of this priorities, obviously establishing this as an oversight committee. And Ruth and Tracy are working, I think we'll hear more about that, but that's an important part. And then two, to pick up on what Jim said, consider, one of the things I think we should do over the next year is consider additional sources of revenue. Because that's something the public mentioned during the last year, that we should be looking at other ways. So I think we should do that, and very important part of that is the sales tax issue, trying to get more of the sales tax revenue back to the city. So I think that should be on our to-do list. And then I think we also need to continue, I'm going to refer to this as consider efficiency issues, but I would leave that to the staff and just say this is a priority for the council, that city manager work with each staff member to make sure that the services that we're providing in the most efficient way. I wouldn't recommend going out to an outside consultant for that at this point. And then I think what we're doing in the next year is putting ourselves in a position to consider next steps. Because during the next year, number one, we're going to find out exactly how much revenue we're going to get from this half-cent sales tax. Because we have a good ballpark, but we really don't know how much it's going to come in. Second, we need to look at the possibilities of increased revenue, because that would be in fact what we do going forward. And we need to look at the likelihood of lowering expenses through increased efficiencies. That's part of it. But then we need to look at what we will need to do to increase expenses to carry out our top priorities. Or to respond to outside pressures such as inflation. So that's going to be, when we talk about our other priorities, we're going to talk about, okay, are there things we need to spend now that will go into that? And then we need to determine the amounts that are going into sinking funds and whether there are amounts, big amounts that we need to put in now, loading up front. We don't know that now. So it's kind of hard to plan long-term without knowing each of these elements. So, yeah, I mean,
I would add to that too, the current environment where we might lose potentially some of our grant money, the earmarked money. I mean, that was still on the table, right? That we're
yeah,
not for sure.
absolutely. So so my big point is this is a year of uncertainty.
Yeah.
I think the finance committee during this next year, although we get help from others as well on some of these items, but look at what's coming in. And then probably next year, we can look at more long-term. I don't think this is the time, we talked about this a little bit during the last year about the need, well, potentially going out to our residents saying, okay, what would you like Lafayette to be like in 10 years and how much will that cost to it? I don't think we do that during the next year. I think we stabilize our finances. We see where we are as a result of the tax increase. We see where we are as a result of what's happening at the federal level. And then the next year we do more long-range planning.
I think that's how we were going to set it. I mean, it seems like these were all things that we that you've already talked about that we were gonna go
Yep.
to, so it's all wonderful.
Yeah, and it's a good point, because part of Measure H was no new spending, no new projects. If anything, it would be deeper in on what we are doing, which you know, lends itself to the priority discussion too.
So, do you have thoughts right now about
Yeah,
anything?
everything.
Everything you're
I'm all
hearing,
for it, just all good.
so that seems to be what others are thinking, right? Stays on. How it may some way be reworded, I don't know. We don't know at this point, and you've identified, issues for this next year.
I did have a question about the title. It says develop a fiscal sustainability plan. To me, that's a deliverable. But what I'm hearing the council say is there are a lot of tasks to do. We had a deliverable, which was Measure H. But the next year is going to be a series of things that we do.
Right.
So I'm just raising the question, should it be reworded?
Yes, it should
Oh,
be, for sure.
But are we, I guess I'm confused where we are on this, on the process right now. We're just looking back to how we did past year, or are you kind of looking forward to our new priorities?
Forward.
And
This is all,
you're both, you're looking at it, trying to say, does this stay on? How did you do against it? Is there a rewording of it in some way?
Yeah,
And you
I
can
look
come
at it
back,
as a focus
later.
on fiscal sustainability.
okay,
that's it.
is that from a staff perspective,
Yeah.
is that sufficient, and then it could break
That's
into.
pretty
Because we have these subtasks.
Right, you can
Yeah,
identify what the
focus on
subtasks
it.
might be.
No, it's true, it's like a priority.
Is that,
Right. You'll have to, you should have some deliverables.
Yeah, well, then,
we already, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Fiscal sustainability.
And again, before you leave today, we'll revisit these and things may come up, other tasks, whatever you may be looking at. You ready to move on and talk about what? Okay.
So I'm just thinking, so a year from now, or a year and some months from now, like where would you want to be? I mean, I think this is definitely top three, if not still number one, but where do we want to be? I was thinking it'd be good to have a handle on what we're on the hook for the maintenance program. And if we had that in place, we have a roadmap as to where we're going to be in the 5 to 10 year horizon or more. And we've got maybe a plan we've developed or developing with respect to the near term kind of infrastructure needs, whether it's, we wouldn't have done it necessarily, but we know, okay, we need to just complete tear down, redo the community center, or can we patch it up? I mean, just if we got our handle on that, I think, yeah, that's pretty successful to me. That's just on one avenue here. At least we know where we think we're gonna be in 5 to 10 years with respect to the ongoing demands on the general fund for keeping our infrastructure going. I mean, that to me would be a good accomplishment. So maybe that's kind of
Right.
in the vein here. Okay.
I think that was what we were gonna do, right? It
Yeah.
seems like that's what Tracy's report is gonna help us
This is the
understand.
concept.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay.
And then, and understanding our tax revenue and helping understand, like you said,
well, looking for new
Yeah.
revenue.
Looking for new
sources.
revenue
So We have a
sources.
group that does that.
Mhm.
I don't know how detailed we want to get today as to who actually does this. Or,
Once we adopt it.
right?
You're good right now with that discussion?
Yeah, I think just at some point you're coming back with.
Correct.
So
Okay.
maybe we can flesh out the tasks so they can look at it and make sure it's.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And also understand the federal,
Understand.
right?
Right.
Federal.
So let's talk about, wildfire. Prevention and preparedness, responsiveness, utility safe. Some things probably have changed since we looked at it a year ago. I guess one is your fire maps, the environment in general, LA, different things that have happened. So, just generally, how are you thinking about this in terms of the priority?
Absolutely on top,
Mhm.
our community's clamoring.
yeah, this is number,
Right now.
number one.
This is number one this year for sure. I agree. We had at Spring Hill, on Tuesday, we had a HOA meeting where we focused on wildfire and evacuation. And so our police chief was there, and we had Confire there, and Andy Comley was there. And it was amazing. It was our biggest HOA meeting we've ever had, for sure. And if we could roll that out into a town hall meeting to save all those people's time, right, and be a little more effective. The message was clear. The message was, they were all focused on the message. It's like, you have to be prepared yourself, right? We are not going to save you. And get out early. Don't wait 3 hours after you get this warning to leave your house. It's like, and it was, but the way each one of them said it, they just kind of built and built and built. And so by the end of the evening, everybody's like, okay, I get it. You know, we can't be, you know, there's no waiting, nobody else is gonna come and save you. You gotta get your house ready, you got yourself ready, get your neighbors, and get out of Dodge. And so it was helpful. And I think that that's a good message, I think, for all of our residents. It's a reality check. He also talked about, there's a YouTube video that we really need, I haven't watched. It's a 17 YouTube video by the LA Times that was basically the breakdown of what happened in the Palisades in real time. And it is, the way Chief Rashad was talking about it was like, you've got to watch this to understand, you know, boots on the ground, what was actually happening, what worked well, what didn't work well. And it really kind of awakens all of our sensibilities of trying to prepare us for what may happen to us, you know, and he said it was super compelling. And so if we could somehow get that out to everybody. So that's just super short term kind of stuff, but, long term, do we look at our building codes? Do we look at the zone zeros? Do we require firewise when you sell your house, like MOFD? You know, or should we look at more city action to compel people to do things to be more, you know, hardened? Those are things that I'm looking
I'm
at.
kind of curious, just following up on your one thing, because you said this was Spring Hill HOA, which I actually think there's a lot of value in being where the people are. Versus a town hall versus, I wonder if it's better, you're thinking about the strategy of like, wow, let's make more sense to put one with the Happy Valley Association with
Sure.
Burton Valley. I just don't know. I mean, like town hall is great, decentralized, but to be able to kind of be there with I'm just kind of wondering, just kind
I
of
don't
the format.
It's a lot of effort on
I know it's a lot of
this side,
effort,
right?
but I mean, there's whatever, we have 6, 7 major areas, neighborhoods. I just don't know if that's I just don't know.
Let's talk to
Thinking of-
people doing it and
Yeah,
see.
I'm sure that, yeah, they would rather do it once versus 6 times, but.
Right.
But I just don't know, because I would agree, I think, you know, you Spring Hill, you're there with your neighbors, you talk about specifics with streets and evacuation routes that where you're in the bigger city. Like now
Right.
you're somebody who's there, Happy Valley, talking about something in Burton Valley, you kind of tune out a little bit. It sounded like this year's was very focused and intense. It was, I don't know, it was just a thought about
Right.
just
That's
the
good point.
way.
Good point. Oh, we'll get their
Neighborhood
feedback
is.
on
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a question of resources when
Yeah.
on fire, especially.
I was gonna say, like yesterday, we heard at the mayor's conference that Orinda and Moraga, well, Orinda just had one that was huge, right? A town hall, I thought that was really well attended, and Moraga's coming up, and Lafayette will need a city town hall. I mean,
Yeah,
just
we
need
have
that.
to.
Oh, no, I would, it's not really in addition, instead of, it's more in addition to versus the boots on the ground, which she just described is great. I just worry. that-
Yeah, but back to that resource thing,
Yeah.
and Confire has had these, and they're not attended at all.
I know, I remember last year. was
But this year they are. This year,
This year they will be,
Yeah,
yeah, this year
this
there
year.
will be, it needs to probably be in a more central place, you know, where.
it might be a veterans hall kind of thing.
Accommodate a
It's,
lot of people and just make a thing of it, cause I think. What you're saying is, if every person's on their own, basically, it's incumbent upon us to. Make sure that people know they need to do these certain
Yes.
things, that we need to know those certain things and we need to have that as a resource. We have wonderful resources, but we need to make sure people it's grounded into them.
Yeah.
What they can do, so. Yeah, I would say that would be the biggest thing, probably to get it scheduled quickly.
Yeah.
So.
It was kind of scheduled, right? Isn't there one? We typically have one in the spring, a town hall.
No,
No?
it's never, no.
Bonfire in the police department, the last
Yeah.
couple of years have done.
Yes.
Yeah,
Been in June.
yeah.
But maybe we can
The
move it
summertime,
earlier
yeah.
or something. If it-
We can definitely work with Andy to see, and Confire.
And one last year, we had like almost nobody showed up.
I know, and I
They
think
will
that's
this year,
crazy.
Oh, I know, they
trust me.
kind of just shows.
Yeah, this was, at the community
Yeah,
center.
yeah, it was like,
You're right, Arlene.
yeah.
I think if we call it our town hall, because I think it's Fire basically calls it.
Right. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh,
You're right. So that's me, even though they're the subject matter experts, and
Yeah.
everything, it comes out through the city, you're right, maybe that
You're
makes it
right.
more grounded.
Yeah, good point, and that's partnership, because it's too bad, because they actually have a lot of resources there when you count them.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, wow.
And they tailored their presentation. Paul Melman came down on him. It's like 45 minutes, and they were short and concise. Some of these other meetings,
I know.
they just
I know.
all of a sudden you're all over the place, just like,
Yeah,
no,
it's just-
and so you really focus them.
Yeah, it
So
was
that
Sounds like it was a great.
So you talked about public information, town hall is the vehicle, a good vehicle. What other thoughts do you have on this as your goal? If you were to look at tasks or outcomes, Carl?
Yeah, well, I think this is really multifaceted. And I
For
would
sure.
retitle this something like address threat of wildfire and its ramifications. And then there's just a lot of ramifications to it. And the public outreach is one of it. We can talk about all the details of that. But then I think there's a lot of things that we had on our list from last time that we, for good reason, we didn't get to. I mean, there's so much else going on, but we need to look at it again.
Yeah.
And I want to address just one of them, throw it out there. We talked about looking at the implications of wildfire for land planning and, how evacuation, all that affects, do we do something different in land planning? We also talked about getting ahead of the curve for our next RENA cycle and starting to work now to, do whatever we can do to make people aware of the impact of being in a high fire zone has on, whether we should be building more houses or not. I mean, just basically, if this were just rolling hills and no houses and we were starting to build on it, we would do it completely differently than what's grown up now with all these narrow roads, Spring Hill, one way out, for all that, we would do it differently. And, but we are where we are. So at the last council meeting, we talked about going in with Moraga and Arinda, with Townsend and looking at legislation. I guess what I'm thinking about, what I'd rather do, given these new wildfire maps, which we don't have all the ramifications of those yet, but the way I'm interpreting the maps, the Lafayette map, is that we went from having 46% of Lafayette in fire zone to now having 72% of Lafayette in fire zones. So actually the number of, while the very high went down, the number of acres went up. So 72% of Lafayette is in a fire zone of some sort. That's just an incredible number. And I haven't done the math because I don't know the square miles for Moraga and Arinda, but their percentages are probably higher
They are.
than we are. And the last map, they were lower. So I think there's some real benefit in combining with Moraga and Arinda in hiring consultants of some sort to work with us to a legislative approach, a legal approach, just to make, to do what we can to make sure that there's a recognition that we need to be treated differently. I mean, I want to say right now, I consider us to be a pro-housing council. So we're not doing this on a NIMBY basis. We're doing it for public safety purposes. We really can't support another 8 years of 2,000 more houses in Lafayette. I mean, it doesn't work from an evacuation standpoint. It's just putting too many people in the path of danger. So what I would suggest is that we think about, rather than approaching, for example, the RENA on our own, teaming up with Moraga and Arinda, because I think we have a very compelling case as a region, trying to get an understanding that some places in California should be treated differently than others because of the fire danger they face. So I've got a lot of other things, so I'll just leave that one for that.
That's a good
Sort of concurrent or thought right now about that?
Yeah,
I'm 100%, 110% in favor of getting ahead of the curve on the arena stuff, right? I think that we took no choice on that, and so in doing every avenue we can. I think we do that just generally speaking to get involved. I think, but you're thinking, let's use the kind of the fire safety lens as the focusing mechanism for doing that, right? Because,
I think that's, I mean, in terms of, I think that is the reason we need to be treated differently. I can't think of any other reason.
yeah, when we did that, and I think we, you know, when we were trying to appeal the numbers, right, it was like, this is ridiculous. We need that kind, it can't be cookie cutter.
I think
I think
LA
it needs to
changes.
try smart,
all
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of ABAG, right?
Yeah.
It's not, you know, and that's,
no, I guess I'm just wondering, and I don't want to get off topic because of this more of the housing thing, but instead of thinking about appealing, what can we do to get in front of the arena train, understand what's happening
That's
and do whatever? So I think, I mean, I think that's just important. I mean, I'd say, you know, 2,000 more units in Lafayette zone, even without fire is like kind of nonsensical. So I'm trying to figure out how we kind of get, you know, ahead of the curve on arena. But I think using the fire safety, that lens as the means for doing it, especially coordinating with Moraga and Rinda is a great idea. I just think there's other reasons in addition to the fire.
But I like that legislation part, because we heard yesterday that bill of getting, you know, getting into the black box, how are they actually coming up with the equations, is kind of being pushed along, so that's a good way to also kind of get some feedback, you know.
but they just come up with a number, right?
Yeah.
They just come up with the gross number. It's ABAG who distributes it. Right?
Yeah.
And so
I know.
that's a hard nut to crack.
But I think it's still knowing the number and what it's based on.
Right, because remember, ABAG,
Yeah,
they said they weren't gonna be putting, you know, housing allocations in the very high fire zones. And then they gave us all the BART
Yeah.
lots, which was in a very high fire zone. And then when we caught them on it, they said, oh, well, we're gonna go back and change the rules. They went back and changed their own stuff.
yeah,
Yes,
but the timing is right to get to group together and do that,
Right.
it's absolutely right, I think that's great.
My take would be, in 2 years, we have a different administration. Who knows who that will be,
oh, in,
State level.
governor's office.
oh, right, correct.
And, so it's sort of like, I think that, there's a longer term game to, I don't know, say work the reps, but sort of like try to get engaged in that process, whether there's HCD or whoever the new administration is, that this tries, because my concern is that 2 years from now, the LA fires will be in the past and people will kind of like, whatever.
The time to do it is definitely now.
Yeah.
Like you pointed, they're already
Yeah,
working
Right.
on this thing.
Yeah, but I guess I'm thinking of like the next round. I mean, you know, because Rena will be, I mean, I think,
They're already
You
working on it.
mean,
Yeah.
you mean 2039?
yeah, or
No.
no,
Yeah, but no, that's
The
what we're
next
talking about,
reading
is
cycle.
2031.
okay.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have a comment? Yeah.
Yeah, just to comment on wildfire prevention preparedness. I think that the city would really be in good shape if you analyze your own data, because relying on the state to define the conditions, I think well, can compromise the city. I think, you know, we
Yes.
know ourselves best, and I think that there might be some avenues where the city could engage an analytical consulting group to take a look at the infrastructure for example, the road network. Road network is a challenge. It's an evacuation concern because it lacks connectivity. You know, it's completely different than a grid. So there's like one path
Right.
out from so many neighborhoods. And I think you can quantify that. You can have an engineering firm come up with a value that would be able to compare it to, say, a Concord or even a Pleasant Hill. And so I think that's something I think the city could do in this time period. And also as a complement to the fire risk maps or fire hazard maps
Right.
that the state has created. With respect to those maps, I mean, I have a concern about them because from what I've researched, they are a model that's applied to primarily was started for wildlands
That's right.
in the state responsibility areas,
Exactly right.
which are not urbanized. We have this funny wildland urban interface throughout most of our city, not all, but most.
Mhm.
And I think what seems to be missing is the fuel load is one of the major components. In the SRA model, which is the one that's been applied everywhere, it's the trees and brush and things that burn. I don't know for certain if houses have been incorporated in the model for the LRAs. I mean, houses are effectively firewood, like fuel. They're dry wood. It's even like more flammable than wildland wood. And so it's just a real concern I have. And I think getting some professional advice about that component is important for this public comment period.
And when does that close? When does it close again?
Suzanne, 30 days?
No, it's longer than that.
For the,
Public
Maps, the fire maps.
I don't know when Confire will close their public comment period, but Confire had 120 days from receiving the map when they have to adopt the map.
Yeah.
So
So I thought they had public comment period. Andy will know when he comes in.
Okay, we're gonna ask, okay. Do we have any other experts? I know you're an expert of this stuff, but do we have any other experts around to help with that too?
I've heard of some folks coming to the council meetings. I'm forgetting one of the gentlemen, Lockwood?
Oh, John Walker.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's great. Okay,
Are you talking about, well, so we've talked about this before, like getting, it was a couple of years ago, we were thinking we would want, basically an analysis of the evac routes and like more so than what Fairs and Piers did, because it was like, well, wait a minute, no, how can we look at this? So this goes back to priority one, is funding for all this, because it's gonna take funding for that. But I agree with you that local data is always better. I mean, this example, the PG&E gas stuff. I went in to look at specifically CPUC records on our pipelines. And it's a good example. PG&E did the cookie cutter. All cities are the same, but it's like, no, not ours. Ours are 50-year-old pipelines that haven't been tested. So you need to get that data to be the most effective. And so it would be helpful to do that, because then you really know what you're talking about, and you have some, you really have skin in the game, not just like,
Right.
Yeah, we're in the fire zone. It's like, well, these are these other factors that matter. The other thing I would want to bring up is utility safety. Obviously, we didn't do much last year, but we did a great thing in putting it into our safety element.
yes.
I think that's a big deal, so there's accountability there to have that relationship. And, I do plan on working with them, obviously, down south. Southern California Edison is on the hook for possibly starting that fire. We had a fire that PG&E equipment started here, so I would like us to do a little exactly that deeper dive into our local data
Mhm.
about the maintenance plans, and it's in our safety element now, so I'm looking forward to that's kind of having more focus on that, because that's the number, that's Briones, that's a big transmission line zone, and then we've got still, I think, uncovered lines here in some neighborhoods of Lafayette, so important to know where those are.
I have a question about, I'm hearing that you, and I'm all for local data and analysis. Before we step up and say, change a law or change a rule, we need to prove why. So we don't have that right now. But I want, and I also heard it tied to RENA, which is in 2031, which means we will start getting numbers around 28, 29. We'll start, the methodology will begin and we'll be given the numbers. This is 2025. So, and just to add one more thing, all the bills for the current year, the bills submission deadline has passed. Right. So anything we look for or want to say our legislators to submit, it's next year.
For sure.
So what do you want us to do in this year, this current upcoming fiscal year?
Under this
Yeah.
priority.
But just-
Under this
Just
priority.
a couple things on that. The RENA, that it's already in motion
It is already, yeah.
for 2039, so, I mean,
Yeah.
we should start 2031, we should start now.
We should start the
Yeah.
preparation and the
And
groundwork.
we need to start our groundwork now, I think, for any legislation for next year.
And the-
Understood, we
yeah.
missed this year, but we need to plan for next year, if there's a legislative
And
proposal.
what would the groundwork be? I think a little more specificity would be useful, because then the staff assigned to it can come back and tell you whether it works, it doesn't work.
Yeah, okay, first, one concern I have, I know, just out there. If coordinating with Moraga and Ringo would be great, it's just that it's gonna be cumbersome, because there are gonna be so many questions, and I don't know if we all have the same exact interest, so just put that out there. In terms of what we're doing, I think we just need to step back. I don't know whether it's lawyers, lobbyists, you know, who it is that needs to advise us on this, because I don't know exactly how the whole arena process works. I don't know whether this involves talking to the Attorney General, because we have the whole thing with the thresholds of significance. We seemingly have the Attorney General having a different view of how wildfire should impact planning than HCD has. You know, it's all that out there. But it's not working in our favor. You know, whatever's happening, it's not benefiting us. I don't know exactly what staff should do. And just want to pick up on one point. Yeah, it seems like reading the materials that came with the maps, that a lot of it is based on ember cast and how far they think the embers are gonna go. Because the maps don't make a lot of sense to me. So one of the issues that we're gonna have to discuss, probably not here, is what do we do? Do we challenge these maps? What do we do? I mean, first we have to understand them, but I don't know. I mean, just not to personalize this, but I will. My house under the old maps was in a very high fire
Mine too.
severity zone.
Mine
Yep.
Mine too.
Now it's not. Now I've got a very safe house. Now the next
All of a
house.
sudden, that's it by mistake.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. So this is another thing we need to think, you know, when we're talking about firewise neighborhoods, we're talking about should we have city, you know, what should we cause people to do? You know, as I understand it now, my house is gone, the governor's executive order about the five doesn't apply to my house.
That's
I
correct.
mean, this
Right.
makes no sense to me, but.
But, okay, so that's the pushback, is the insurance companies aren't
Oh,
buying it.
well, oh, the-
Right?
the
I mean,
insurance-
it's-
Yeah, the
They,
insurance.
and they know,
Yeah.
and they know.
And that's one of
Right.
the implication I think we need to put on the
Yeah.
list is there anything we can do with respect to insurance? Well, that's, different.
Because they've already classified us for risk, and
Yeah.
regardless of what the
It's-
state
It's
is.
hazard is different from risk, so.
I have a question, and I'm not an expert in this, but I'm still unclear kind of what Confire is responsible for, what we're responsible for, like things that we want to do ourselves. Do we ask Confire to do and pay for it? Because to me, they have a lot, I mean, they have a lot more resources than we do, and this is their reason for being, is to protect us from fire.
Oh, we
And so
can
how
find out.
much do, like, I mean, I'm jealously, my dream is we discover the local things we need to do. But, and then instead of us paying for it out of our pocket, they pay for it at our behest, right? I mean, I don't know, I just don't know where the line is. How do we decide what's something that their responsibility versus, because it feels like, I mean, for our lecture, they're responsible. That's why our citizens pay a significant amount of money in their property taxes every year for fire safety, is to Confire. So why aren't they doing it? Why are we taking, you know, we have so few dollars to do this. I'm just kind of, that's my view is everything that we want to do that takes money and staff time to do something. I really want to say, why isn't Confire doing it? Can we ask them to do it? Can we request it? Is that, I'd almost like that to be the first. If they won't, we do it. But why are they doing it?
But doing what thing?
I don't know. Well, I just, we need to.
Challenging
okay,
that.
because
Understanding
don't know.
technology and
I'm just-
challenging
I'm
that.
just
I'm just gonna
holistically.
make an observation, and I don't mean to be critical, I'm just gonna make an observation. Whenever I listen to the Confire presentation, it's always what we should do.
Fair.
I mean, I don't think we've talked about it. I know I missed the meeting last time, but sitting down with Confire and talking about shaded fuel breaks, completing the around Lafayette. I don't think we really had a detailed discussion about that.
No. May I suggest, I know that Fire Marshal Bachman is coming to your meeting on the 24th to give you an update, and I believe the focus will be the fire maps and to answer questions. But I would suggest, I think we have a fire subcommittee of the council. I have to look. I'm not sure if you do, or the mayor and vice mayor. Chief Rashad is very happy. He reaches out to
Right.
every city. He will meet once a quarter. So maybe scheduling a meeting with the mayor and vice mayor and Chief Rashad and Chief McAllister. And let's go and talk about the specifics, like who pays for what do you do, what can you offer? I know some of the things they do free inspections, they assist in firewise communities, they do free wood chipping days. You can apply for grants and they will come and clear your roads. They do all of that. But what I don't know is, and they are not going to, as the fire district, they're not going to change, they have said they will not change the map boundaries. If cities or jurisdictions want to do so, we will have to ask for it, but we have to base it on scientific and substantial reasons. But what I don't know is, let's say if they are adopted just the way they are, the maps. But the city, local jurisdictions have the authority to amend our codes to do zone 0, for example. We can do a zone 0 code. Who will enforce that? Would it be then up to the city? Or would that be a fire district? I'm not sure. Those are the things that we can certainly, I mean, I think these questions are best answered face to face at a meeting.
Yeah, and MLFD would be a good model,
Oh,
you know,
totally.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
to look
totally.
at
Oh, yeah.
in terms of the enforcement, I guess. The other thing is what you were saying at Spring Hill is that they're basically pushing it back on to the residents, and if this is a meeting to challenge, like. Well, why, you know, I mean, we really need to be,
I think
know what they are.
it'd be helpful if we had like the 8 things we wanted to get done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be like, we want you to pay for these 8
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Right now, it's kind of more holistic, like, oh, general, but like, we want detailed evacuation map of Lafayette. We want this, we want this, we want this. Confire, pay for it. And they say no, then we can have a conversation. But I don't know. But yeah.
So
Yeah.
along those lines, I have a question. What process do you think you could use to come up, perhaps in your discussion, the kinds of things you might want them to do?
Yeah.
I mean, that would, I think, be helpful to staff to know what would you want to know to be able to say, these are the things that need to be done. We would like you to do them, being confident.
We're doing the emergency, we have the
So we-
subcommittees. that-
I was gonna say, we have the Emergency Preparedness Commission,
So maybe that's
It's pretty
something that they look at in terms of,
and maybe it's tasking them to say, guys, we need a list of 8 things.
Where's 8, where is 8?
And that's-
or they
Three
attempt
lists,
help you
5,
with
10,
this.
I don't know.
I mean, I had some limited contact with conflict, like the Firewise stuff we've done at Spring Hill Valley West, and it definitely seems like they're more sort of reactive,
Yeah,
and they'd be cooperative, but it's just, and maybe because I think there's one of the fire sessions I went to, they did a few years ago. If I recall correctly, it was like they've got basically, 1 engine for every 15,000 residents in the county or something like that. I mean, they are in some respects spread really thin. And their priorities organizationally have been like, they hold in East County Fire, where they've been kind of on that. A lot of
Right.
Measure X has gone to that.
right.
But, I think it's like, I like the idea of a sit down. I think we got the right people here for that. And like, we have like 4 concrete items for those guys. At least we can get a response. Maybe get 3.
Right. I was just saying anecdotally, for the record, that they've, responsive is the right word, whenever we've asked, they've come, and.
But we have to ask.
And we have to ask because of that point, I think, because they have their responsibilities, they have their priorities, it's run thin, but they are responsive. They saved Lafayette with quick reaction when we needed it during that fire. That was a really big deal, that we just need to acknowledge that operationally, they're set up and they reassure us that constantly. So that's one of the things we need to do to public is acknowledge what we already have in place with them and here, and then look for probably reinforcing, because we have model emergency prep in a lot of ways, but we just need to make sure that we have the details of like evac routes, so people actually know it, like if it says go find your fire zone, it's like, well, maybe we spell it out, Spring Hill, your number, whatever. Look at us first, turn the lens in, and then we can find those 8 things that maybe we're falling short on, or perceptually.
Well, CCTA is gonna do their big evacuation study,
Yeah.
and we've fought hard to pull ourselves back into that.
And,
But-
there was a brief period in time where, people said Lafayette is not going to be part of this, or La Marinda is not
Right.
going to be part of this. That is not true. We have a scope of work. It does include La Marinda, it includes timing, it includes evacuation, proposed evacuation routes. It's, yes, it's a county-wide exercise, but they're also going to focus on sub-regions. And we have been pushing for La Marinda to be studied as a specific sub-region.
And how deep would they go into?
I know,
the
that's my
sub-region?
Well, right now, we just, they're looking for for firms to do it, to do this big task. Once they have that on, those people on board, then each part of the scope of work will be fleshed out. Also, staff will be serving on their steering committee and their technical committee too. So, but this is not a swift
No.
project by any means. This is going to take time.
So we need to catch up on this. So, I mean, we have like 20 evacuation zones in Lafayette now. Had for a decade, give or take. So is this something taking off on that, or is it something different?
This is, it will use Genesis, it will recognize Genesis, but they're also looking for the purposes of traffic. CCTA has something called TAZs, traffic zones.
Mhm.
So they will be looking at that model as well.
But the way I'm thinking of the CCTA is basically, it's probably totally wrong, but if you can make it out of the Glen and get onto the freeway, how safe are you then? I mean, We're
No,
sort of
I think
assuming-
it's more
well-
localized.
or,
It is,
well,
for example, we've talked to CCTA. More recently, Patrick and I had a conversation with them because there was some general fear that La Marinda was being ignored. They are going to look as an example at the Lafayette Moraga Trail as a means of evacuation. They will be looking at Orinda and.
What do you mean, what do you mean, like they'll,
A route to leave.
oh, so they're gonna say, hey, we recommend that we now upgrade this
They
to be
look
ready for cars.
Yeah,
in case of-
or bikes or just, yeah. Moraga,
That's a great idea.
if Orinda has a specific need to, they want to expand the Moraga Way and adding a bike path along so that in cases of an emergency, it's wide enough to.
I did hear that was.
Between them, no, between Moraga and Orinda?
That's what I heard.
I beg your pardon?
I guess there was a request to put in and it was, I heard it was.
Oh, that would be sad.
Well,
That was just last week, but
I can go back and
No, you
look
may
at
not.
the
You may.
scope. I don't know the answer to that question.
That's
But
a
That
really-
would
that's
be
a
great.
great idea.
we're not done fleshing out the scope, but I will say, honestly, I think that the end product will be useful to each city. But will it go to the level of detail that Carl, you had imagined? I don't believe it.
right, and so, and I'll raise the question again, because this, this item here has been on the priorities for the last 4 years, and we haven't gotten around to it. And one of the reasons we're not doing this is now the CCTA. Do you think we should postpone looking at our individual, the time, well, obviously, we need to plan the evacuation routes, make sure they work, all of that. But it's doing the timing on the evacuation routes and determining how that should impact land use policies is what
Yeah.
I'm concerned with.
Let me verify and get back to you. I want to go back and look at the scope. If the CCTA study is already looking at timing or the time it takes,
Yeah.
then I think it would be repetitious and we may get conflicts.
Yeah.
If it completely ignores that, that would be a different case, but I believe it to be the form.
Okay, great.
If they could focus, I think especially on, single ingress egress areas in our town
Mhm.
as part of the CCTA, that would be at least helpful.
Do we have a complete list? I mean, how do we?
We had to give that to the state, right? Did we have to report our single ingress?
Yeah,
egress?
It was
We do have a
a
list.
law a
Okay.
couple of years ago.
Yeah. So we haven't, we do have,
But just, I mean, Spring Hill qualifies is on.
of course, and the
Yeah.
Glen and there's other areas,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Right.
What, if I might suggest, what locally, what neighborhoods can do and cities can do is look for alternate means
Yes.
of egress. Like through Briones
Mhm.
on Spring Hill, there's a connection between Happy Valley and Crestview and Quail Ridge.
Right,
There are these, I would say, informal connections. Some of them are fire roads.
right, and that would be really helpful
Yeah.
to make an expansive
And
list of possibilities for neighborhoods to consider. I mean, it doesn't mean the city has to pay for these, right? But at least, you know, and then if they end up with Quant to Spring Hill, that they put a post in the middle of it instead of a gate, right? If these kind of things that communities may pitch in, right? Spring Hill should, you know, we should get something out the back there. Cause there's two possibilities that Greg and I have talked about. But
What I want to clarify, that may be helpful to staff, some of the things you were talking about, I mean, it's semantics to a degree, right? You're talking about goals for next fiscal year, and
Yes.
some of them are continuing right now, right? They're
Yes.
time sensitive. So public town hall information, is that right now? It's not.
Yeah.
Current fiscal year. Land, the planning, RENA number kind of issues, that's a little bit further. I mean, it's 2031, but you need to start.
we need to
Something.
start, we need to get a process started.
Okay, so that might begin still this fiscal year. I'm looking at staff.
I would need the council to flesh it out a little more.
In terms of what
And
you're
that's
looking
totally
I'm
fair.
not quite there with the
Okay.
understanding.
So when we come back, after we've discussed your last one, we'll come back on this. Utility safety now in your safety element. So that's in there right now. So
So check.
what do we do with,
Well, I would argue though that we have to implement that. plan.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
that.
And I would also add that we should
Okay.
I shouldn't say argue, I would add, we should probably consider a council liaison to the communication, companies, because they're so important with the backup. So I would, it's backup communication, make sure the storage, so people on cell phones can still have access.
You like to Comcast, AT&T and.
Yeah, and those guys said by law,
They're supposed to do
they
that.
have to have a backup, and I would volunteer to be that liaison to
should I
correspond.
should I put your name right here?
Yes.
Well, the other thing that we mentioned, it wasn't in our plan, we talked about all the agencies except East Bay Mud.
Yep.
Yeah.
So somehow we
That's a
need
big
to
one.
start talking to them about, their reservoir capacity.
Hydrants and rest
And then PG, where do they get their
Yeah.
power
Right, right.
to pump
Just so we
new
understand
water
what
up
it is.
there? We just need to understand that they're taking care of.
Good idea.
And the whole thing is it based on fighting one or two residential fires or?
Right.
Five.
They have plans, they have plans in place, that's access.
Yeah, but we just need to.
So again, and I've sort of my job to
Mhm.
get things right. Is that something that's now that you would say to staff, you want contacts with East Bay Mud, or does that go into the next fiscal year, or what? I don't think it was on your,
It's not, I
List.
think that's immediate.
It's
I think that's, yeah, I agree.
okay. Confire,
You would want contact information to East Bay Mud?
No, so we need to find out,
Capacity of their,
given what, again,
Yeah.
all the LA lessons,
Right.
you know, what is our situation with respect to the reservoir tanks, the power to pump water up to replenish them, and then the hydrants, what are the hydrants designed for? I don't, it's interesting, because all the years I've been involved in this, we've never.
right, ever looked at that, ever.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm trying to say, okay, so is it the liaisons meeting with East Bay Mud? Or do you want
We
staff
can-
to?
I think that's a starting point.
Yeah.
And I've gone back and forth with Luz Gomez to sort of try to set something up for us to meet with her.
Okay,
This is like at the top of the list.
sure.
You know, one way to do it, it's going to take a bit of coordination, but we could either have a Confire town hall or a town hall on emergency preparedness with our partners, but with the utilities attending as well. Each of them making a presentation focused on what they're doing for emergency preparedness in Lafayette.
I think we're talking now a series of time. We
You're
don't, we
talking-
can't do it all.
Oh,
Oh, I know, we can't, I
Or-
mean, 90 minutes like.
You know, ideally for residents, you basically meet with you have those points from the agencies and you present it.
Oh,
So it's not like them with their little marketing.
Yeah,
sheets, okay, here's what.
Fair,
how it
thank you.
works,
Yeah, good point. Hey,
Much
just,
rather do that.
did anyone at the Spring Hill meeting raise the availability of water?
No.
Okay, interesting. I would have thought. that
I would have thought that too, right? It just got missed. There was so much other stuff.
So again, I want to come back, Confire's role responsibility versus the cities. Or in addition to the cities, is that now as well?
Seems like it.
I really want to understand, I just want to understand the money, I want to understand, if I want to follow money, I just don't want to spend $1, if they can spend $1, with the same result.
What I heard is that the Emergency Preparedness Commission will come up with some ideas. And then the
So then you'll be
mayor
able to
and
talk
vice
to-
mayor would meet with Chief Rochard and
Okay,
us.
so what, I'm sorry, what's the name of the committee? It's a subcommittee? Is that what it is?
Emergency Preparedness.
The commission, okay. So a lot of it is right now, the current fiscal year, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Well,
Correct?
it'll bleed into the next one.
And it'll
Yeah, sure.
continue on, okay? So what I want to go back to, and I think you all had it to, group's, status on tasks. You have the report, right? Some of you are looking at it right now. So are these to be carried forward? Because I think, again, that would be helpful for the city manager, right? To know which of these are continuing, which you can say you've done it. I think the focus on community education, public engagement, home partying, vegetation, I think you're saying that continues. Is that correct? This continuing communication?
Wait, okay, you're on the first bullet, the dark bullet.
I'm at
The focus on
wildfire
community.
prevention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the only thing there, I would just stress again, brush clearing on all city property and working with all of the agencies within the city limits to clear vegetation on their properties too.
Participate in the CCTA countywide, this, evacuation plan, that continues because you're awaiting the information, correct? That, city manager, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, work with Confire and other partner agencies to find ways to reduce or suppress the risk of wildfires, I guess that continues as well, correct? Work with legislators and other.
We might want to rephrase that and also get the distribution of responsibilities, right? Kind of that's how I would phrase that, John.
yeah, it's the budget, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll add that there.
You got it, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Work with legislators and other relevant parties to ensure that wildfire risk is considered by the state. Well, we just talked about with Reno, right? Okay, so that continues. And then there's those two that, indicate there's no work that's been done. Develop an objective standard for wildfire risk to apply when making land use planning decisions. Does that continue?
Hope so.
Okay.
And can we pause and talk about what does that mean as an end product? So it's easy to, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
We talked about the
for years.
year card. I
You know,
agree.
What does that?
It's a challenging deliverable.
Oh, I agree
Yeah.
completely. And you can't really do that until we know more about evacuation, because that's a critical,
Right.
critical item. So, but I just, I feel very uneasy about any land use decisions that involve putting more houses in anywhere really that doesn't have a very strong evacuation route. So until we've looked at this and, we would go down the road of I'll use thresholds of significance because there's something to that. And that's part of what the Attorney General is looking at. But we really don't know, if every house, I'll use every house in Ruiz Valley added an ADU, right? Or, SB9. Is that really a good thing to do? I mean, it's great from a housing standpoint, but is it a sensible thing to do from a public safety standpoint?
But just taking that a step, playing devil's advocate, okay, we come up with a standard that there will be no more than X ADUs on a street. I'm just throwing that out because of tying it back to fire safety.
Well,
The state's not going to accept.
no, exactly. And Berkeley tried that.
Yeah.
3 years ago, they
Yes,
tried that.
yeah.
And then were slapped down. Oakland tried that.
Oakland,
Also,
right.
they got slapped down. But we can't,
then how do,
What-
my
No,
point
no,
is
but I'm not sure. I think they were doing it on intuition or common sense or whatever. I think we need to have numbers, that show what would happen, if the wildfire comes from Briones, is there enough time, to get people out of Release Valley, out of Spring Hill? I mean, I think we need to study that and have the numbers, and if the numbers show that we've got a big problem, that's part of what we use when we talk to the state.
So, but in a way, so we would just set it up, like, here's our thresholds of significance, like, here's what we think is the threshold of how long we would want people, like, in an evacuation route, the timing, and then use that as our data backup. And this is on a single lane street or with a limited ingress, so have all those little data points set up.
Yeah,
So
at
that
least,
would
at
add
a
up to
minimum,
something.
know what it means.
Yeah. Or the BART station gets completely developed,
Yeah.
right?
Well, that's a critical one.
Or
If that gets completely developed, what do we need to do as a city to make sure we're all safe?
Yeah, I know.
I guess that's the approach, right? It's like,
Yeah,
what do we
well,
have to do as
I
a
mean,
city? to make
right,
sure
and
people
when
are
you've got the I agree, that's a big one. Downtown, but then on the Burton Valley, Release Valley, all these areas, I mean, how many more houses can they take?
I understand, and I'm sure every city is thinking of the same
Oh,
thing, and
yeah.
my point
Well,
is, let's say we establish those standards, but they're not enforceable because then the state opposes them. What then? Are we not raising the expectations of the community that we indeed have this safety measure? We just have to think, to me, have to think that
Okay,
through.
right now, we're, and it's here somewhere, I think, we're promoting ADUs.
Mhm.
Okay, we're proactively
Yes.
encouraging people to ADUs. If we had, well, the numbers might show us that we should not be proactively promoting ADUs in certain areas of the city. I mean, that's just one relatively minor, but policy decision. I mean, I would not want, 10 years, 20 years from now to look back and say, wow, we encourage all these people to build these here. We did nothing
To help them out.
to improve the infrastructure so that they could get out or to otherwise provide fire safety.
And Rebecca, I guess I would consider it's basically information that we just should have. It's not necessarily saying, hey, we're gonna have this program, or it gives us information to decide if we wanna go down that route of setting policy, but we'll still need the information to base it on.
And we know, for example, in this RENA cycle, we all know what we did in terms of putting most of the development in the downtown. And if we get a big number next time, there's gonna be a lot of pressure to Sacramento that, basically you can put 4 units on any property. For most, looking where I am in Lewis Valley, an area that's zone 1 house per acre.
Yeah.
There's no reason why those lots couldn't take 4 homes or more. But would you want that if you can't get out?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So we need to look at this, it ties into the whole RENA cycle and.
So Jim, you had something you wanted to.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a fan of ADUs, but, I thought, for example, there's a home under construction at the end of Spring Hill Road. And, it's like every unit you add and the back end of a one-way egress neighborhood is that much more load there as opposed to more density, say downtown. And the ADUs, after LA, I was thinking, in a high fire zone, should you have ADUs?
Right.
I don't know, maybe that would be arguably an objective standard on the state.
Well, that's what we're trying.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that we can't care
Yeah.
and that
Oh,
we
yeah.
can't plan for
And
that
learn from that,
and,
yeah.
and learn from it and understand what the risks are to our citizens. We're compelled to know
I
that.
agree.
Or are there,
Sorry.
again, objective standards, is there a way to set up, is there any potential mitigation?
There always is, right?
I mean, that may be the way to handle it, perhaps, offset the risk. To some degree.
You had something before?
I'm just saying that the risk versus hazard, it's always like, it's up to
the resident to decide the risk they want to take. What all we can do and are charged to do is reduce the hazard as much as we can. You know, or, I mean, hazard is what is exists. I guess we can't reduce the hazard, but we can, build the protections, mitigate the impacts.
So I want to go back to the city manager, and this stays on the task list to develop these objective standards. That's something.
I had a note here to go and check the scope of the evacuation study, the countywide. I need to report that to you about the timing. And if it is something, and when that's completed, it'll give us the information to develop standards if need be.
Yeah, this is dependent on CCGA,
yeah.
acknowledge that.
And that's not gonna be that.
So then, the last one you had as a task under this for the current fiscal year is work with utilities and communication partners as outlined in the safety.
That's
element. I assume that just continues. I mean, you
Yeah,
talked about
that's there.
East Bay and you talked about communications and all that, right? So
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
things.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's like the East Bay mud, but I don't recall the safety element talking about things like adequate water storage.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
We talked about the aqueduct.
Yeah.
You know, what happened, that thing blows, and the reservoir, I think that was it.
I agree.
Right, yeah, that was LA Fire.
But and there may be parts in there that were worded globally enough that.
All right, you want to move on to your meeting one, Tom Diablo Downtown Enhancement Plan? And no people need to stand up or anything like that? Are you good to go? Okay. So, as the city manager said, for a variety of reasons, not a lot has been done in this area. So the question is, what going forward? I mean, I know based on my individual talks with each of you, you have a lot of ideas about this.
Can I just flag for you the tasks that are either done or underway, because we wouldn't want to stop them. The objective design standards. We've started discussions with the De Silva Group on just an outline of what they want to build. We, if you recall, identified 10 acres at a certain density. And they are working on that. We have also met with them on a potential open space and play field.
Yeah.
And what the city's expectations are for that area. And so it's progressing, it's
Nice.
it's initial.
And they're receptive to this and.
They've been
seeing-
very open to meeting and
Okay.
talking about it. There's a little bit of pushback as to how much and,
I'm sure they're.
but that's the nature of the game.
And are you approaching it as, like, the goals to get a developer agreement?
Yes,
Development
and
agreement.
to identify their responsibilities in providing the amenity, the public amenity,
So it wouldn't go
How
to the
much-
standard state processes. we're gonna handle this under,
a DA, or
Yeah.
hopefully a DA. We
Right.
haven't talked about the
Perfect.
mechanics.
Yeah.
And also the connections, trade connections to the reservoir.
perfect.
That's underway. We haven't done anything on BUT. And or the zoning code. The Park Theater Plaza Way overlay. We do have, you've considered the Campana as being exempt surplus. I would recommend that at some time this year you talk about the vision of the overlay, whether it's still salvageable in certain areas. Because there is such tremendous potential. Even if we don't get all the parking, we can get more of the parking. To support some vibrant businesses along Plaza Way. There's a high interest, still in its infancy, about bringing eating establishments along Plaza Way. There's a bakery opening up. Possibility of tapas, wine bar, all those things are being floated, but there are certain regulations that don't allow them to do that, plus they don't have parking, we're not real, so my point is, I'm gonna come back to you, when something has taken more shape, to ask what you want to do with the overlay.
Say regulations, you mean regulation in addition to the parking?
Yes. The Plaza Way overlay, for our agreement with the boys, identifies only a certain percentage for eating establishments and the rest for retail. And now they look, people want to, I think we've become a foodie town, I don't know. People want to open things that will take, where people can dine in the park, eating establishments. Retail isn't doing, as you might know, that we had the makers, we had, Holly's Homegrown, we had the cycle store.
That's right.
Right.
Way to go.
Retail isn't doing as well as, well, eating.
Well, when they signed into the Plaza Way, they had a different viewpoint than they may have now, right?
So we'd have to work with the boys, right?
With respect to what the mix is, because at that point.
They were agreeable to the mix, and we had established, I think it was a 50-60-40 ratio, because restaurants require more parking. And this is a quirk, and I recently learned this whole parking. No parking within, the cities cannot require, are for new developments, not for existing agreements and existing properties. So we still run into the parking issue on Plaza Way. That and what to do with Campana, I think it's a good thing for I'd like direction.
And the other properties still not, they're not budging in their price.
They have reduced the price by $1 million.
Oh, good. That's helpful. Not quite there, but yeah, but better.
But if they don't have an understanding of what we would do with the single family homes in the back prices.
Exactly.
That's all I have.
With a hand.
Would it be an okay time to take
Of
public
course,
comment?
yes.
Okay. Cheryl on Zoom, I see that your hand is raised, so I'm going to give you permission to speak now. Let us know when you're available.
Hello?
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, so I had a question. I missed the last part where you talked about which property went down by $1 million. And then for the parking, is definitely a huge issue. Not only for customers, but for the employees. And that isn't only in the downtown where you're talking about now, but also is all the way down to the East End. So there's businesses there that are fighting for parking. If we have more and more housing going in, I'm worried about the parking there. The one property that I worry about is across from down the road from Gazebo Park is the Cottage building. And if you end up developing more into the park there, into the Gazebo lot, I worry about the properties that would be out of compliance with parking. And so are they going to be grandfathered in so they don't pay the price literally for being at the loss of having employee parking? Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the property that we were talking about, that lowers the price by $1 million is where Vino is, the McNeil property.
That's right, yes.
Well, then now the shuttered Vino.
It's now
No, it's
a
open.
bakery.
It's Italian.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, it's the same owners that own Lafayette and.
Got. Okay, so, but that's that property that was on the market that we failed to buy, but for a lot of reasons.
That's right.
So, just the Plaza Way, we were just going over the list of things that are unactive. And plan for parks, street pathways and other amenities is ongoing. The two parks collaborative, PTR is still working with them. You had authorized, you considered in one of your previous meetings, a Sterling Cleaners lot. Plan for Safeway, Whole Foods block, nothing has happened. And consider how to make Mount Diablo a great street, always on our minds, but could comprehensively know. So, with that in mind, there are, developed a plan for multimodality, plan for housing, updating the code, Safeway, Whole Foods, and making Mount Diablo a great street. Just raising those to us for
Updating the code.
updating the zoning code to preserve commercial
Oh,
uses.
got it.
Yes. So those are the things we have not touched.
And you're asking for.
Is,
We're asking, are these still
Okay.
that you
well,
want to move, as you
Would-
move back into the next fiscal year, would that be direction to staff?
Yeah,
With a priority.
I would like to, encourage us to actually do and spend whatever it takes to do the, develop a plan for multi-modality, less autos, and be mindful of evacuation. I would really like to see that
At least a study of
focused
that.
on in the next
Yeah.
year. And it could be that the answer is we've got too much all concrete
keep it up.
and, you know, we can't change it. It would be too expensive, so we have to do other things. But I would like to start by looking, you know, somebody come in who has experience with this. And I think there've been some discussions about firms that have done it and just have them look at Lafayette and say, okay, here's a city that's got, you know, we have 1,500 units, or possible sites in our downtown quarter. You know, what can they do so that people can do things without cars? Or just have one car, not they don't have to have two cars. But I think we just, it's been on the list for a number of years. I think we need to do it. Because the more concrete, the more improvements, the harder it is to.
Tina?
I'm just gonna add to Cheryl's point, parking is an issue and it will continue to be, and it might get worse as these new developments actually get built and people are there, because people are gonna still have their cars for a while with the new administration de-emphasizing EVs and infrastructure for EVs and subsidies for that. That's gonna be harder for people to get out of their cars. So I think it's important. I know we're doing a parking study, but I think we need to make sure it's incorporated in that multi-modality plan because we're still gonna have to figure out how to accommodate parking. We might get overnight parking, you know, with some of these housing. And even as the developer of Oakville mentioned that, like, parking, and he can't get away from having, even though you can
Right.
get away with
Okay.
less parking,
Yeah.
he's like, he's not going for that, people
Because
need the
here in
parking.
Lafayette, they do.
Yeah, they
want
need
it.
parking.
Yeah.
What about, the one at Walgreens? I didn't look at it closely enough. Does that
I
have any
believe
parking?
they provide that.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And so far we've been lucky.
Well, I think it's, I mean, from what I can tell, as far as long as we keep having more condo developments, and these are
Oh, for
mostly
sale,
market rate,
yeah.
for sale, and then
Correct.
these developers, I mean, it doesn't matter what we're saying, they know
They
they have
know
to,
they
they
have
basically have to, or they're
Yeah.
not gonna be able to pay
Right.
$1 million plus for a thing. So I think actually that point is actually relatively, that's kind of self-correcting as far as that
Yes.
goes. I mean, I think Cheryl's right that we have to worry, you know, if we're gonna be encouraging more development, you know, of retail and more things from our people downtown, we have to consider parking. That being said, it may very well be when we have a great street, you cannot park right in front of the place that you need. Right? You actually have to walk a block.
Sure.
And there are plenty of great cities in our country, in the world, where that is the case. And so I am usually on parking, but parking cannot wag the dog.
So let's, if we go off of this study, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah.
We probably should put some guidelines.
Yeah.
You know,
Wish list.
Oh,
Yeah, what's
a wish
realistic?
list or things that we know about Lafayette that
Yeah.
you should think about,
Exactly.
right? And that would be, you know, one of them, right? Kind of thing. You know, what our trajectory is, what our vision is. I know we're getting parking now, but maybe we won't at some point. And I don't know. So that would be helpful, right? For any,
Yeah.
Setting, so, yeah, council expectations is
Yeah.
very important. I would say it would begin, given the planning staff
Yeah.
shortage, it would be the beginning of 26. But we can certainly do a lot of prep work ahead of time.
okay,
Yeah, I was intrigued by what you said earlier about two full-time people from planning and somebody from engineering involved. Were you talking about this kind of?
I was talking, I said two people, I said two planners, and I said, but ideally, one from planning and one from
Yeah.
transportation.
Right.
Would be a team. This is a big project.
Yeah.
I agree.
And you don't want, I mean, we need dedicated staff time to do this. So I was thinking of, you need both planning and transportation's eyes on this.
Okay, and were you thinking of adding people to
No.
do that? to
No,
Come in?
no, I was not suggesting that, it's. I think we're well staffed.
Well-
I think it's how we manage our resources efficiency. But also, we may have to drop things that we're doing now.
But is this the sort of thing that we should go out and spend? Well, we have what, 300,000 in the budget now for this? Is this something we should go out and get a consultant?
We will get a consultant. I was talking in addition to.
You're talking about managing the consultant.
Right.
Yeah, well, is that it? But you were talking about full-time equivalents. Are you talking about?
They're not just on this.
They're not just on
Oh,
this,
okay, I
but they are
misunderstood then.
responsible
Okay.
for this task.
Okay, no.
They own it, they're responsible.
Absolutely.
We've all hired consultants, and I would say we do most of the work in the beginning.
Oh, right.
And then we
Right.
do most of the critiques
Right.
when we get. It's
Thank
so,
you.
it is so, it's, consultants are great, but they have their
Okay,
limitations.
so you're saying with that in mind, that the
Yeah.
earliest we could start
I
would
would
be
need-
January of 26.
Yes, we need a senior
Why it's
planner and
been 4 years,
somebody
so
senior in
why not?
transportation.
Well, I want to say one thing, just gratuitously drop it in here. I think everybody needs to express their appreciation for public servants at this point, given what's going on at the federal level. And we are just very fortunate. I think, some of the things, well, we'll talk about it later, but just working on the Slow Down Lafayette project. I mean, we have a dream team of Suzanne, Patrick, and Andy. We've got such great staff people.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate that, and we want to do more. We just do. Every staff member, I can tell you without hesitation, we should make it.
And the planner should get excited about this one.
Oh,
Like, if
yeah.
you're talking
Yeah,
about
that's a-
future hires, right? This is fun.
So,
Also, one thing is, the one guy's just totally on the side note, the East Bay Regional Park District said that, they're hiring a lot of, fire and federal employees. He's getting a ton of applicants. No, that's sad.
That's sad.
It's sad,
But it's good for them.
but,
Yeah.
Tracy, expand your pool to, if there's any.
Like a website.
It's like a website of who got fired?
They should have like
actually, there is some.
a website where people who were fired can.
No, there is some actually, we'll talk later. There is
Yeah.
some people that are,
That would be interesting.
so I just want to bring you back.
Sure.
We talked about the importance of this study, parking, and then the two, which is broad, consider how to make Mount Diablo Boulevard a great street.
It connects with the.
And it's broader too, right? So is there enough, specificity that if you get to that place, you,
Correct me if I'm wrong, everything we do has to go towards making Mount Diablo a great street.
okay?
I would not get diverted by that. I mean, I really think the first thing we need to do is this multimodality study.
So we talked about the kind of the overall downtown, the specific, the plan. Right, so, but it's just like, because there has been a downtown, there has been an actual document, the downtown specific plan.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about doing that, right? That doesn't kick off next fiscal year, or it's more, we're just kind of like prepping with all these individual kind of things that are feeding into it. I just don't understand, I guess I'm just not aware of how this process works. Okay, for that.
Where we are in terms of priorities, the top priority now is getting our design guidelines in place. For obvious reasons.
I took pictures of all the stumpies around my building in Dublin. And you can't, and just literally all the things that we could put all these different, these are all brand new developments. None are affordable. They have no inclusionary ordinance. What a miss, but just to give us ideas, we can look at these through lunch, but.
That's lovely, I think.
Because you start driving through this, and you go, oh, that's really pretty, that's really ugly, but that's how this starts, right?
That house.
Yeah, right?
So there's a lot of things we can do to make the downtown better, what the public art committee is doing, what we're the zoning, all of that. But the key thing right now, I think, is to figure out if you're gonna have 1,500 more units, what do you do with the cars?
Yeah.
The way I express it here, the goal is to make it easier for residents of new corridor housing to carry out activities without use of a car. So that residents need at most one car per household. That's the critical item.
It's
It could be.
it's an urban design exercise looking at the
Yeah.
street,
Correct.
so it wouldn't be a downtown specific plan update.
It would not be.
Well,
It would not.
but this is the first step, and then we go to the specific plan update.
Once
That makes
once you have that, yeah, no, I'm just saying, that's really not on our priority list for next year then. I'm trying, so,
Not
the
this
downtown
event.
specific plan, not right, we're really thinking about that.
I agree.
So
Okay.
I wanna bring back, I heard a couple of things. Number one, what you were looking at is design guidelines.
Yeah, that's good.
And then as city manager said, as you come into 2026, doing the multimodality, is that right?
Correct. And then, we have tasks that are already underway
Right.
that have to keep
That'll
going.
continue.
Yeah.
In some ways fall below the line. They stay part of the priority, but they become part of.
No, these are specific action items like 949 Moraga Road,
Okay,
like development agreement for, those are tasks,
That's right.
those are big tasks. And then, what else? The Plaza Way overlay and the tasks, yeah.
And just as an example, with the Silva development, possibly 350 more units at that end of town. That is going to impact mobility in the downtown. And we're gonna be working on that before we get the overview, but that's gonna impact a lot of things. And there's things that are so simple, but on the ARPA subcommittee, we're talking about what do we do about the outdoor dining? We can't make it permanent because we don't know what we're gonna do with the street. With the De Silva, well, even with the West Reach project, we have, well, the 2017 plan called for parking spaces along there to become bioretention areas, the green spaces. Do we do that now? Because we may need a dedicated bike lane or other lane for the 350 units who are out at De Silva to get downtown without using a car. I mean, all these things.
Well, you have a good
Interrelate.
point. Yeah, I think then we have to, as these things go forward, we have to have that lens of this, the bigger plan for the corridor. Same with the parking study, we're gonna get a lot of, I guess there's a meeting coming up, right? For that, we probably need to make sure that that's expressed, that we're looking forward to it. This big plan, which will incorporate parking, but with that in mind, what is your comments, So.
We forgot to put, oh God, I just, got so out of my head. Come back to me. Gina started talking, it went out.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's something that should be on
You're
there.
engaging.
No, it's just- Something that's not on there that we needed to include. Oh, the East Bay, the aqueduct.
That,
Mhm.
Is that in here?
it has already, we started working on a request from Congressman DeSorney.
Okay.
Assuming that we are going to get federal funding in the next cycle. We've started packaging the information and we'll be ready to go. We are, so we're working on that. It is very important. We're also, I shouldn't say it's a development application, which you might see, so, yeah.
Jan?
I just have a question. We do have RFP for 949 Moraga Housing on here. Why did we, refresh my memory, why did we include that on this?
We did because it's in the housing element as a
Correct.
program.
Oh, okay.
But after that, we switched with Sunflower Hill, that's more recent.
So we don't need to do the RP.
So that doesn't stay in
Which is
here?
great.
It's just, for me, it's just, what do we do with 949?
Yes,
That's
just
that's
change
the
it.
direction
Okay,
from
I was
you.
just wondering how it related to the corridor plan specifically. Okay,
Well,
So now we know.
would we change that item to, facilitate development of 949?
Yeah.
As a portable housing? We keep it on there as a.
Of course.
that's probably,
Yeah, there'll be a lot of work on it this year.
yeah.
Okay.
Have it.
Mark's like,
But that's a good one.
So what I like,
This a hand.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, just a
I'm
quick,
sorry.
quick question. So the aqueduct, grant that Patrick had written, I believe it's to MTC regional, and so now there's a federal effort, which is wonderful. Are both still in, are both are in play?
I believe we didn't get the MTC grant.
oh,
Yeah, it's been tough. People like shovel-ready projects. They want things built. We need to design the trail because there are so many road crossings, grade problems. So we need to finish that work. And that's expensive.
Well, thank you for the clarification, because that was just such a forward-thinking initiative that he took on to pull that grant proposal together, and it's exactly in line with your priority 3, to develop out that particular corridor as complementary to Mount Diablo.
for sure.
So,
I'm just gonna think, just briefly, just kind of reflecting back on the original thing about the Plaza District and what that means. I'm just kind of putting that in context of the theater reopening, August 2026 or whatever it's gonna be. I think you're right. I mean, we have to have that kind of ready to go because you would imagine,
Yes.
presuming the theater is successful, it's gonna draw more people there, which have park requirements, but also makes all the potentially restaurants more attractive to for buyers. So I agree, because there's no excuse for us not to be ready for that one, right? So I think an updated Plaza overlay thing, I'm just kind of reflecting on
It's kind of
that, the
bumped up.
impact of what the theater is gonna mean for that makes it just more critical, which goes into campaign for the whole thing. So I'm just kind of reiterating how important that is to have a nailed down plan on that one.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to get together again as the Campana committee with.
Yeah.
Ruth and Tracy talk about that.
May I just ask or request that because given our staffing conditions that unless we are mandated to not do the lot plan for housing in the upcoming fiscal year or update the zoning code or plan for Safeway, Whole Foods.
Yes.
Yes,
Those
okay.
are- yeah,
Good with me.
Thank you.
Can I ask though, what does that do with respect to what we've already discussed with Bart? What is there?
Yeah, I qualified that unless mandated to, I need to go back. It's a housing element program, if I'm not mistaken.
It was pretty far out there though.
So I
Yeah.
want
You're
to
just
make
saying
sure.
not this fiscal year.
Yeah, not this
Right.
fiscal year. I need to check with Greg to see the status of that. So if it depends on where we put it in our implementation.
We prioritized it with that, we said we wanted to be on the priority
Exactly.
list.
Right.
And if they're already starting their
Yeah.
numbers, then
Yeah.
we might need to have this
Yeah,
conversation.
absolutely. Not taking it off until we answer those questions.
so. The famous new goals and new priorities. Not encouraging, but if you have them, feel free. Dina,
I would say what we started off talking about was, well, I'm gonna start off there, but succession, planning and basically staffing, retention and recruitment. I think that's critical to our success. Just understanding, what it looks like and what we might need to bring to the table for better negotiations.
Is that under our new umbrella? Because I think there's a variety of things about just kind of our succession planning, staffing gaps. We've got all the kind of everything to do with the city government.
Or say under priority, like something.
Right. But I'm just
And
wondering,
it's already
does
being
that
worked
fit
on.
under one of our things, or we think is there a new
Oh.
priority?
I just said, well, she was saying new goals.
Oh, I know, I
I'm
know,
just throwing it out.
actually, I have a question about that too, actually. I just
Yeah.
don't know, I just don't understand, are we talking about a number 4?
perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or are we talking about a bunch of little, because there are a bunch of little things I can think about, but I just don't know if there's a bigger.
Well,
kind of
let's
bucket.
write them all down.
Yeah, we're throwing it out.
Yeah, right, it's just sort of throw them out, and if they look like they could fall into one of the others, then they get placed. If not, then you would consider, you add another one.
Because we talked about, citizen participation.
Mhm.
That's a big one, right? It's kind of getting more, how do we encourage that?
So would you call it engagement, resident engagement?
It's not like a huge thing, but the two commissions that we've got, one GPAC. Do we revive that or do we formally,
Right,
you know,
Yeah.
what's going on, right?
Yeah.
We gotta figure that out.
yeah, that's right, just need to end and then reconstitute and we're actually ready for
You
it.
know,
again.
let's commit to, you know,
And
that.
maybe that fall under resident engagement, because same with commissions and committees, because. You
Sure.
know, we
Yeah,
gotta
we're
engage them
right-sizing
to what
those.
level, yeah,
Are
yeah.
we talking about just the GPAC, or are you talking
No.
about boards and commissions in
Well,
general?
No, GPAC in
Yeah.
particular, we
Yeah.
have to figure out what's going on with GPAC. And the other one is taking Transcert down to 5 members. Which has been suggested by our Transcert chair and,
Just one
and
more.
staff.
I think, yeah, the one you mentioned quorum issues, all that kind of stuff,
Right.
and efficiency.
Other thoughts?
Well, we went out there, we've labeled it, safe multimodal mobility. I think we had as a priority a couple of years ago, safety, we have the safety around school and all of that. And I think we should consider, there are a number of things that are part of it, but it just is an overall thing, making the city streets safer. And we have the Slow Down Lafayette campaign, which I'd like to find some way to get more staffing. I want to continue because I think that's important long term. We have the multimodal corridor study, which I think goes to safety as well. Safe routes to school, and then I'll refer to it as safe routes to downtown, protected bicycle routes from the neighborhoods to downtown. You know, whether at some point, it doesn't need to be a priority, but I think it's, you know, if we've raised it the level
Yeah.
of priority, we think more about it. And I think to have a real, all these things have a real long-term impact on our residents.
So a question I have about that one in particular, since you have done your safe routes to school, is that, again, if you were to look at the iceberg, has that become a general activity and focus of the staff?
Well-
Safety, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, on the safe routes to school, we have each of those reports on each of the schools. And basically, they categorized the actions in 3 different categories: short term, medium, and long. We basically have done all of the short term, but we have not done many of the medium or long term. I think we need to consider whether we do those.
So
We-
did we revisit
We've done,
examine the safe routes to school?
yeah, we've done a great job. And we didn't do the others because they all obviously cost more money. But I think we need to go back and say, okay, you know, but part of this is seeing where we are financially.
Right,
you
yeah.
know, or-
That's why I'm thinking this is
The
a next
priority.
year thing.
Yeah,
Just
I would
kinda-
be fine with that.
Yeah.
Because we'll have a better sense of what we can do, but I
Yeah.
think this is, you know, this is.
Well, we have Vision Zero, so it's a policy, and so.
Yeah.
We can bring things up under that umbrella anytime, right?
I like the safe routes to downtown kind of moniker
Yeah,
as
it does
well.
kind of like,
Because
like
it's, yeah.
builds off the success of.
Lends to the modality, study as well. People are commuting, wanting to get out of cars down the bike paths. Smart.
Right now, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So,
It would be helpful to bracket the costs on some of these things, because if we're talking about fiscal sustainability, trying to think about, okay, how much are you gonna allocate to sinking funds and near-term capital projects and so on?
Right.
If there's a decent sized number here, which that might well be, we've got to have a handle on that too, I would think. That's got to fit in.
Yeah.
So,
And all of these would be big numbers. I mean, just taking the safe routes to downtown, what we would need to do would be to start the planning for that.
Yeah.
You know, because again, a great point about people wanting to fund shovel-ready projects.
Yeah.
That's just a thought right
Right.
now. There's nothing.
But as you talked about, just reflecting back on what we talked about with, De Silva, and we have 1001 Oak Hill,
Yeah.
we have Walgreens, maybe
Well,
El Charro at some point.
got
And we
terrace.
know there's terraces, we
Right.
know there's stuff happening along the Diablo corridor, so this is the question. Is how do you prioritize
Yeah.
the different pieces?
So are there other things that come to mind? You're thinking about them.
Are we missing something we brought up in our conversations with you though that you recall? 'Cause I
No,
know
not really.
you got
I mean,
questioned out, like,
again,
you
I
remember
heard, what I really heard from all of you was succession planning, engagement of residents. Those were the prominent kinds of things that came out. And also, in terms of the boards, commissions, being able to staff them, and I mean, not staff them, but get quorum, and if you can't, what do you do about that? So those were the things that I heard.
If I might comment on the safe route to the downtown, that it's a great idea, but I always translate it to who's going to do it. And we have a transportation program manager who, if we start the downtown project, was going to be fully engaged, besides staffing the transert, receiving, all the TARs. So I think his plate is going to be full.
I agree completely. I just raised that because we'll be doing things in the meantime that might impact that. For example, the median project on Pleasant Hill Road. Whatever one thinks about that, that does impact, you could say negatively, you could say positively, that.
Exactly. To me, I look at this is very useful for staff, because you're telling us where to focus. I mean, when we do our day-to-day duties, whether it's paving a road or processing an application, these are elements that are important to the city council that we feed into the project.
Yeah, and I think it's already fed into it, but for example, the redoing Moraga Road.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, all the evacuation,
Mm-hmm.
multimodal
Yeah.
mobility, all of that is just, there's too much to think about.
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, it is.
So I did go back to my notes, from my interviews. I heard from at least two of you, the word used is marginalized people, that under the current, national environment concern, is there a role for the city relative to that? The other one was, we've already talked about, your fiscal issues. I think that's basically the only other one that, you haven't really discussed at all, and I don't know where you want to go with that, or thoughts about that at all.
Say, there's also, I think we discussed this, that there's a whole other category of things we'd like to see happen during the next year, which don't rise to this priority level, but, working out and continuing to fulfill our collaboration with Longmont Village to provide services to seniors. I mean, that's something, there's a whole list of things we want to do next year, but I don't think they come in this category. I just want to make it clear there's a.
If there are new tasks, I'd like to know if it's ongoing, then it's part of our budget, yeah.
Let's talk about marginalized residents. Yeah, we definitely, I think we're pretty committed to not backing away from what we want to do to support our marginalized communities.
I was gonna say, I mean, that's part of our vision and our mission statement.
Right.
Which is kind of be inclusive and be welcoming and protective, really. So I think it's built in.
Good.
What you're
Okay.
saying.
So
I mean, I don't know, does that talk to
It's in our
you?
mission
people?
I would
part
say
of
the
doing-
program, I guess.
So I think the only thing, and you two are the liaisons
That's
to
right.
the
Yeah.
B committee, it's just, I think we support that committee.
We support that, and I think they are kind of getting, I think taking a little bit of life of their own. Kind of like, the
That's good, let
park
them-
theater kind of like started and kind of grew. I think DEI is, I think they're active. There's a lot going on in that world. I mean,
But
so
we're
I
gonna
think.
push them, it's away from the city though, right?
They're
That's
away.
the-
I think
yeah.
that is kind of the idea is I think they need more flexibility and more kind of, I think there's a lot of their part. I think just being constrained within a strict city
Great.
Good,
Yeah.
yes, make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I guess I thought of that, this some under resident engagement makes sense. Sorting out that relationship and what works best for their goals, city's goals, because I think we're supportive.
Oh, yeah. that was
Right.
definitely-
So that sort of falls
Like
into
embedded,
that,
yeah.
I think it's normally do business in the city.
I think I've done it in resident engagement.
Well, other than the fact that, yes, but no, I think resident engagement is more like increasing resident engagement, both numbers and demographically, like we want younger people, whatever. Versus the DEI is more like actually back meeting and see, well, you're doing a great job. It's more like, you know, what is the working relationship between the city and them? It's
Yeah.
more like.
Fair point.
So I want to, let's visit these for a moment. Do they rise to a fourth priority? Succession planning, resident engagement? Or do they, or can they fit into any of these? Make city streets safer, safer roads to downtown.
So I'm not sure what we as a council, turn it around because you're asking what staff, but we as a council would do with respect to succession. And what is it that we could contribute from a policy standpoint? I mean, I'm not sure how this is becomes a priority. I mean, it's obviously
It's an
very important.
awareness and you all recognize it and so do we. I think this is our year of taking a look at training, retention, what keeps people at least for a good 3 to 5 years in the city.
Okay.
We have a lot of training that we need to do, that we will do. We're both very mindful of the fact that a good segment of our staff may not be here in 3 to 5 years. I say it's
And
certainly.
that, in a reference to that, is it normal turnover or?
It's,
is it aging process as well?
it's, people who have been here for over 20, 25 years.
That's the succession that
That's
we're worried
the,
about.
yeah. The preliminary thoughts, we always, the department heads are always looking for someone to train. It's not always there, since it's not a very, as I said, quiet bird. We may have to go out, we may have to change job descriptions as we go. I think that's important, not to be too rigid. For example, for decades, we had a transportation planner. That person staffed the transit. But when the last time we recruited and we found Patrick, he was a manager of the program and has done tremendous work. And so we changed it. So if I were to ask you is we come back with some requiring some flexibility in positions, because any new position has to be approved by the city council.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
at one point
kinda-
we had public works and we had.
Engineering, right?
Yeah. So we may look at moving things around, changing job descriptions. In some cities, what they have done is, even if there's a certain position, like an accountant, they have accountant 1, 2, 3, 4, where a person knows that they're not stuck in a technician position because the other person will never leave or will have 10 more years with the city, but they can rise up in the organization too.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then you also need people at the entry level, so. But any feedback you want to give us, individually, that would be greatly
Would
appreciated.
it help you if this were a priority? I guess that's what I'm trying to ask.
I would prefer not. I think this is the function of the city.
Done.
So what about resident engagement?
But I wanted to step back there though, but seeing as this is critical to, our mission, whatever we do, to have a engaged staff and a full staff and really a staff that'll stick around is long enough that, even as if we embrace with the transition of city, I don't know if you need to do that or not to get there or what other programs. This will be a party though, like how will you communicate that to us? How
Certainly.
because it's not necessarily a public
Yeah,
facing thing.
I hope with Tracy and I hope over the next few months, once we get the HR analyst, because we want somebody with the background and experience of all the HR issues. We want to look at our positions, we want to look at to see if we can change classifications. And look at seniority, all those things, we look inwards. And we might come back to you with some changes. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is, it's not going to be a secret. I'll speak to all of you all the time. But we will need to make some decisions before coming up. But we hear loud and clear that it is an issue, and it should be an issue of concern, as it is to us.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
So, what about resident engagement? Does that rise to a priority, do you think? Just something to be aware of and working on?
Yeah. And same thing, I guess, embedded in what we're doing, whatever, is like, how do we get people engaged?
Well,
Oh, but the GPAC and the transfer,
Oh, yeah.
Those are-
that's separate.
just make two minor points on the resident engagement. First, I wanna, Suzanne's done a great job on increasing
For sure,
the.
for sure.
I mean, we all know that the weekly roundup, if everybody got the weekly roundup,
So much
it would be, and it's just been a
Can we get opt
quantum
out?
leap.
Can we get
in the
all
number
the
of people
details, make it opt out?
To get that, so
Can
thank
we?
you for doing that.
Get people.
Upset.
Yeah.
Well, you can,
Oh, really?
let's stand back, as long
Make
as
the,
as long as
make the
you,
round of a opt out.
as long as you,
Put all the emails for all the people.
as long as you give a vision of yourself.
Oh, we've done that?
We
Yeah.
did the vote.
voter rules.
Yeah, that's what we've done.
We did the voter rules, which is,
That's how you do it.
which
That's
increased
why
it.
it tripled.
And people actually
I did
did
not know
not drop off,
Yeah.
which is great,
Yeah.
and we still have maintained, what's the open rate, Suzanne?
The open rate actually went up slightly, but so yes, we got like an open rate like 60%
It's
now.
spectacular.
But we did, so we took the
Oh, good.
voter registration information for people in
I
Lafayette
didn't know that.
to make sure that voters were aware of Measure H. And
Perfect.
so we introduced them to the weekly roundup, told them they could opt out. So we had a couple special messages running a couple times. And then we just integrated them in, and there was a very minor drop off. And given that the open rate not only sustained but increased, we've provided that to folks and they were interested in it.
That's really great.
Second minor point ties in with the fire thing. We all got the vistas, great job on the vistas, love the vistas. Just a suggestion for next time, maybe something on the front page of the vistas. Because not everybody is signed up for the weekly roundup, maybe in big print, sign up for the weekly roundup, and then the second one is sign up for the community warning system.
Yeah.
I mean, get,
Oh, yeah.
so that it comes, everybody sees that, because I think the vistas, that's the only thing we have that goes into everybody's inbox. I would just, in terms of emergency preparedness.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to lose the GPAC issue and the other. Is that something that staff would bring back to council for discussion?
I think the mayor raised a great point. GPAC hasn't really met for almost 2 years now. And we have new tasks and priorities, and GPAC takes time. So we need to bring back something to you saying either suspend the GPAC until we've completed X task, which could be the downtown task. I think that at the moment, that's where I would go, because I think if we are doing them a disservice by canceling meetings rather than saying, we're sorry, but our priorities are now, I mean, we have to do this and we'll come back.
Do we have any more? Would we have any more mandatory
Yes,
elements that need to be completed by
Housing
a
is the-
particular deadline?
Housing and safety because of the tie-in
What
to
about
the
land use?
mandatory element.
Land use was next, right?
Yeah.
Land use was next, and transportation.
Are you saying they're not needed?
No, growth management. The CCTA doesn't, but I.
So land use, we don't need to.
No,
Okay.
nothing else.
Okay,
The
well, we
housing-
definitely should wait on transportation circulation
Yeah,
until we
yeah.
do this.
Downtown, right,
multimodal.
yeah.
Okay.
So there's no tie-in with dates to your adopted housing element and the safety element, it just could be
whenever we get around to those other elements, yeah.
It doesn't all have to be done at once.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, to happen.
So staff will bring something back. to the
On
council,
GPAC, yes.
on GPAC.
You're-
So then the other one was, the
Transfer.
right, committee.
Going down to 5.
So is that something to begin the council's discussion that staff could bring as an agenda item?
You should ask us to agendize it for another
That's right.
meeting.
Okay,
So
please
you're-
do that.
Okay. So the only one that remains here, unless I missed something, make city streets safer. Is that a priority or is that?
We can
related to-
defer till we see how much money we have.
Yeah.
Okay,
And it's kind of under number 3. a little bit.
Ish. But let's defer it.
Question.
so you'll defer it until
Next year.
26, 27.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, before you get to eat,
I was hoping that would be the same.
So you have your priorities, essentially the same, as you talked about. What about the order? Did fire become number one?
Oh, Probably such a, yes.
That,
We might, this year. Maybe not next year.
It's 1A, 1B, I mean, that's.
I know, right, 1A, 1B.
and then, okay, if that's
But
one
for
A.
public facing documents, it's nice to have
I
it
would
as
agree,
number
I would
one.
agree. Yeah. That's right, because the fiscal, I think there, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, interrupt, but I think there is an issue, I think, after passing Measure H.
It's a-
If we actually still have it as our number one, it's like, oh my God, so I think having it on the list, but perhaps not number one, is actually
Maybe number
the
3.
right message.
Maybe number 3.
But are we all agreed we can say that these are the 3 top priorities? And
Yes.
we're not,
Yes.
they're not necessarily in order, but
Yeah,
when we
you
list
list
them,
them,
it's.
list them.
No, it's listed them usually in your documents and things by priority. I guess you don't have to use
I
bullet
would-
points instead.
I think that this still needs to be first, maybe it's not, short-term, long-term, but fiscal sustainability, because.
I think they're all top, so they are the top 3.
I
They
know,
are, they
but
are
I'm
the top
saying-
3. No, we want wildfire to be one.
Okay, is,
But
public-
you
for our
need-
public,
you
I would.
may need money for that, and we already said no new projects, so.
I agree with you completely, but politically, I think putting wildfire
I
first.
think wildfire-
Oh,
Is
I
what-
I think wildfire
funding
should be
for the
one.
wildfire priorities that you just said.
Yeah.
okay.
That's all this is a political.
So maybe fiscal is number 2, multi-able remains number 3.
Sure, yeah.
I would do that.
Okay.
And I think I agree with you totally on number 1, because it's like, it's catching all of it.
Yeah, it's catching a moment.
Listen, sometimes you have windows to get stuff done, and this is a window. So I think, yeah.
So I also want to verify, not develop a plan, that's something your manager mentioned, but focus on
Yeah.
sustainability.
Yeah.
Okay,
And do we really want Mount Diablo as 3? Politically?
Yeah, I'd put
Put
Mount
that
Diablo
down,
2,
2, me too, me
and,
too,
and the
Fiscal, right.
finances 3.
okay,
Love it.
politically.
okay.
All right,
I'm
yeah, that speaks to,
Politically
that
support, I
speaks
think
to
just for
residents.
visibility and showing our,
That's all this
Yeah.
is.
I never like putting finances 1, but.
That was important last year. That was really important last year.
But it's also, I
Time is
think,
fast.
important to note that
the window's gone.
maybe it's not necessarily numerically, these are just our top priorities.
For
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
Bullet points. That's what I say, put a bullet point
Not
and
that
not,
exhaustive then.
and not put in numbers.
Right.
You're still listing. for
You still have
That's fine.
Must be a random.
Sorry, was that loud?
Sorry. So anything that we haven't talked about before, because I stand between you and food.
I will not stand between them and food, but we did say, we're going to come back and look at what was listed
In terms of
under,
the task.
on the task. And maybe they can have a discussion during.
Okay, so
that.
maybe they grab their lunch and then. we'll do
Yes,
that.
Yeah, can I, real quick, before we go and leave the page we were on just before this, about commissions, committees.
Oh.
It might be good for us to have, when you bring transfer back, it's kind of just maybe the bylaws for each of the commissions, because we do have issues with people that aren't showing up and
Oh,
that kind of
you,
thing.
just the parts of the Muni code on each.
Yeah, that would be good, so we can address that, because I think they're having issues with like,
But
I
you
know
know,
something not showing up, and we need to address our.
Really? I didn't know that. That's the
Part
first
of
I've
the
heard.
question I love is, on this quorum issue, is the answer to make the committee smaller to get more involved people.
That's the
Right.
thing.
And I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, so if we look at it that way, like look at what are our requirements and whatnot, maybe it'll help us narrow it
Well,
down.
and Ruth, on that, I don't know if it's in the ordinance, but for each of those, could we get an indication of which commissions can have non-Lafayette residents on them? Because
Yes,
that
we
comes up
can.
every now
I
and
just
then.
want to point out that not all your boards have something documented, so.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's a good point to make too.
But I mean, that's why it just, it's not in the ordinance. If you could say which ones can have non-residents.
Did I understand that thing we get last night where they were saying that there's a lot of potential, these to be Zoom based?
Oh, that's.
Non-decision.
Isn't that, that's.
Yeah,
what we were talking
yeah,
about
that's
last
it,
night,
that's-
right? I don't know if we want to do that, 'cause I think
Yeah,
it's so important,
Oh, I
but,
think we do.
but I
our
think if
supplements.
we are talking about increasing engagement and accessibility.
Yes.
And maybe, I don't know if I want everyone on Zoom, you can imagine every other or every
Yeah.
third or
Exactly.
something like that to give a little more flexibility, so we
I
try to
agree.
track that.
Yes.
Let them, I missed it.
Okay, well, as I understand it, the new possible legislation would allow us to have Zoom meetings for.
Non-decision making.
Yes.
But those-
non-decision.
those-
That's like the
It's kind
ETF,
of-
and that's
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
our finance
It's not
subcommittee.
planning commission.
Oh, for sure,
Well,
or,
but-
right, or DRC.
Or DRC, or maybe even Transearch, I don't
Yeah.
know.
But those bills.
But those are
get
already done.
defeated all the, I mean.
Okay, But
No,
if it
it's
does,
not
if it does,
3 years.
Be hopeful.
but if it does, but Narup, if it does pass, we can set our own policies for what the.
We can,
We
but
can
one
make
thing to
them
be,
non-decision
yeah,
make.
be mindful
Well-
of is how efficient is, Zoom is great, we're offering hybrid for boards, including the council, GPAC, 5. Barely get anyone on, transfer, the DRC downstairs. And we still have to pay for somebody, this is not free.
Yeah.
Staff still has to, there's coordination. Not suggesting that you drop it, but we all have to be mindful of the fact that we may be doing this for a couple of people.
I think those are for all
Good
Zoom,
point.
right?
Yeah.
So that would mean that no one sits in a room together,
Right.
is what that bill.
And that's
would
easy.
allow.
That's
No,
right.
that bill, I'm talking about the.
No, I know,
the
you're
four.
hybrids, I think you're challenged, I agree, no, it was more thinking all Zoom to increase participation,
Yeah.
especially with the younger
Yeah.
crowds, with, people, kids with parents, kids,
Right.
their parents with kids, all that kind of stuff. If we're having issues with different people, that could be a very attractive.
Well, but we're coming up now on. This is March, it is 2 years, it's almost
Yes.
exactly 2 years since we started the hybrid. And so that's a good point to review where we're going.
Actually, that
So-
is
So if it is inefficient and, costly to maintain that for design review, we should
And I would
consider
try.
not doing
I
it.
think it's
I
not
will
important to
look for
understand that,
one.
yes, and plus just to get the public up there, to agree if it's.
I
that's
didn't know you didn't have a.
And speaking of efficiency,
I
back
like
to
it
the
for
efficiency
council,
kind of
but
discussion.
we may wanna think about the other.
Rather bring my chainsaw.
I know you would, I know.
But if so, it brings up the question, like, yeah, would you record it though? But maybe not.
No, I'm saying that's probably where I think it's that important, so we have an understanding and kind of discuss the options in public,
Yeah.
because we really want that one to be very transparent.
Okay, we're.
Future agenda.
So,
Yeah.
Your food is waiting for you.
right.
Okay.
You're-
I was out of town, did that, and so I've been looking for it. Is it on the chamber website?
I can prefer
folks who are tuned in to today's special city council meeting. We are still on our lunch recess and the meeting will resume at 1. Thank you.
I think we're telling you about the
You ready?
I'm ready. Okay. So what I want to do is, for staff's sake, clarify under each of these categories, what you really pointed out is tasks, and they're gonna come back, right? You will be coming back to council with their report to verify. Okay, focus on fiscal sustainability. I think we're leaving short-term and long-term. Is that correct?
No.
No?
Take the short term out.
Oh, okay.
Short term and long term. We're just,
Or you just want,
Oh,
we just
okay,
got, we
that's a
just
good
got a
idea,
series
actually.
of tasks.
okay,
Okay, that's a good idea.
okay, so. What you talked about, there's a variety of things, okay, so maintain this priority, still lots of work to be done, as Jim said. So I think we need to clarify a little bit in here, what were you saying? Look at mid and long term now, start analyzing that, what the needs are going to be and what it looks like.
Yes.
Okay, and then I heard look for additional sources of revenue, whatever they may be, to identify them.
Can I just say that the first task, maybe going back to Measure H, to put number one on there is establish the citizen oversight.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's in the process of right now, correct, that you're doing that?
Yes.
So that'll be the current year, but, okay. When, is there a date certain when that'll be done?
It will be, close to June,
So it'll be almost blowing into the
but yeah,
next fiscal year, okay? So establish that, and then, okay, begin to look at mid and long-term needs and what some possibilities are to, work on.
What can I, Jim, what did you mean by that? 'Cause I'm not sure.
I think some of that to me was, we only got a 7-year life for Measure H.
Yeah.
So I think we need ideally next year to define like what's our horizon up to that point? Up to that and get a sense like where are we going on, what do we need after that? Because Measure H is gonna expire, it's gonna need to be renewed or we need another funding source.
But would we do that next year? I just don't know, like.
I think it's like, what's the, I don't know, what's the nut? I mean, what should we be covering with respect to
Right.
the sinking funds reserve?
See, I look at that as different than
Okay.
midterm. Anything beyond next year, I think we save till later. What we're looking, I mean, this is
Yeah,
open to anything here, but what we're looking at next year is the things for sure that we need to do. Because basically we told people that vote for Measure H, we're gonna fund the budget that we proposed. And so I don't think we're looking. We'd be looking for the things that we have to do immediately, but I don't think we're looking beyond I think that's what we do next year.
it could be, but
It's also a fact finding year for me,
That's exactly.
Yeah.
right? It's just like, we're kind of doing our fact finding
Yeah,
and
we're
building
understand
up
what's going on.
in order so we have the information that we need to do the long-term plan, right? And this year's more just getting all that information
yeah, I can
together.
see that. I mean,
But isn't that like, to your point though, it's like, it's still long-term needs, we still need to keep an assessment though.
Right, but we're gathering all that information
Yeah,
this year.
But I guess probably not next, we would next year be trying to think about what our post-Measure H plan is, yeah, right, we can kind of see over a couple of years, I would just imagine, right? I guess I'm trying, because I would agree with you, we don't want to wait till year 7, but it's probably not a year 2 thing, right?
Because I think if we, for sure, next year, what we want to do is consider additional sources of revenue.
Mhm.
Okay,
So maybe
That was in there
that
somewhere.
comes below, that might be number 2.
Carl, look for additional sources of revenue, it's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
Oh, are we,
It's
are we putting them in order then?
well, you can if you wish, yeah. You can if you
And
wish.
then that would be expanded by saying including the sales tax, or
Okay,
sales tax.
okay.
The 1%.
And then there's the sales tax allocation bit, which.
And that's why, yeah.
can I just speak to that? That is good, it's the league, city managers department has come up with a proposal after 5 years of haggling between cities. The recommendation is for a 50-50 split. Not everything going to the point where the purchase is made, but splitting between communities that have those centers and communities like ours. They presented it last month. I asked what the timeline is. The earliest they will get, go to the ballot would be 28, I believe.
Okay.
Because it's going to take, it has to, first, the show has to be taken to all the cities in California. They have to buy into it. They need, and then they would have a legislator put it on the ballot. And then there would be a 5-year phasing in period where it'll with those.
So we're gonna get it like in about when we're done.
Warehouse, people with the warehouses will have 5 years
To prepare.
prepare.
Sure.
So it is, the good news is this process started about almost 10 years ago with Senator Glazer wanting to fast track it. Unfortunately, he wanted everything, all or nothing. It wasn't a compromise, which then failed. So now this is more of a, we'll get half, you'll get half.
And phase it in, yeah.
That's good.
So, but
It's
it's
regular
good
town
to
model,
keep an
right?
eye on the bills that will be coming
Of course.
forth, but this seems to be the calendar.
So that's good, right? That could
Yeah, that's great.
take it off the list.
Well, I
Watch.
wonder if just for other purposes, we want to
Always support. It's in,
follow the issue
Yeah.
or support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's in your ledge plan.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so you might want to put it.
We want to show we're actively engaged. with
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, okay, that's good, yeah.
Okay. Then, the issue of efficiency, looking for efficiencies came up. What does that look like for you?
It's like asking the city manager to make that a priority for the city manager for the next year.
Efficiency in staffing, in productivity.
Yes, and carrying out the necessary services the most efficiently possible.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, the other issue, and you brought this up, the loss of grant funding, possibility of federal uncertainty. Where does that fit into any of this for you?
Well, I guess that's probably it's an uncertainty thing. It's just watching
In
and
terms of being aware of it and having,
being aware of it and probably backup plans, I wonder, like, or prioritizing what happens, what doesn't happen, or to the extent it happens. If we lose,
What's our
Funding.
vulnerability here?
yeah, well, assessment of that for sure, which we know by just whether we get it or not, but if we don't get it, do those projects, what happens,
I guess question, do we do it now or do we wait and see what happens?
I know it's like a wait and see until we figure, it, but it's just, yeah. Because the roof already put together with, what is it, like you said, 9.77 million, that's a lot of money.
just for clarification, the sinking fund that you're doing that analysis right now on the city assets, that fits into this as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
So,
That's like the fact finding, that's like trying to understand where we are.
okay.
Right.
And that's a piece of it.
Yes.
Okay. Are you good with this then?
I was really good with that.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
good.
I think it's.
Wildfire. So what I heard is almost number one was town hall. We need information there. Okay, so this one I need some clear, okay, land planning, including, Rena, doing something relative to that, correct?
Public County evacuation plans, right? We have to wait for.
Well, no, I think on that one, how did we express this?
I was gonna say, this is actually already in the.
Yeah, it's the one, work with legislative, other
Okay,
relevant
so that
parties.
continues.
But the question on that is whether we want to reach out to Moraga and Arinda and do a La Marinda effort on that, rather than just.
So that,
Yeah,
I mean,
so not going on your own, but in terms of joining.
and this would be after the CCTA study,
no,
or it has nothing to do with it?
no, I mean, well, it does, but I don't think we wait for the.
Okay.
I mean, we know we've got. I mean, that would be helpful, but we can't wait for it.
Is that an offset of like what we did cover in our last council meeting that we wanted to look at, what that would look like legislative, like if we all got together?
Right, talk about-
And maybe focusing that
It
as
should
our
not be a bad
first
first.
priority.
Well, but it may be beyond
Ah.
legislative, I mean, it could be also lobbying with
Oh, right.
state legislature. I mean, well, it could be working with the Attorney General's office. could be working with HCD, with ABAG, it's just,
Is that still something that council would incorporate? Is that within their?
It could, yeah, meeting with legislators as part of their duties. I think the first order would be to see if Belinda and Moraga are interested in
Yeah.
joining us in this, to go and the purpose being, we're in the fire zone. And we need to lobby for recognition that we are, and development has to be regulated based on this.
right, including the REMA number. And it may be that a law firm has the expertise to do it. I don't know who's got the expertise. It may not be Townsend, maybe a law firm. I don't know.
Okay, so that'd be something you would find out first if there's interest.
We need
any
to
other
flesh
things.
that out a little more and return to council.
Okay, so, utility safety now in the safety element, and then brought up the whole issue of backup and communications, right? Systems. Okay. I'm not,
And may I just say on that, I heard that Gina would be reaching out to do that.
Yeah, I'll reach out to them.
Yeah, perfect.
I may need some contact information,
Of course.
but otherwise I'll research.
what I'm not clear about, the whole issue came up, what do we do with the fire safety?
Right, so would it still helpful, should we do a deep dive, like ASAP?
Well, I mean, I know you're gonna have a presentation about maybe some of the realities of working with Confire on this in the state, but I was just looking at their description of how they put together these zones. I think the big question that I would recommend the city ask is, why is there no fuel model for the urbanized area when they are creating these red, orange, yellow colors? Because that's what it says here, for the non-wildland fire hazard severity zone classifications. These are areas that lack a fuel model. They're urban, agriculture, barren, water body, wetlands.
I think that's a great
Why are
point.
they not looking?
No, because
at
actually,
fuels
when I
in
read
this
the
area?
methodology, it was really confusing because, yeah,
I
they,
couldn't find it
they
yet.
just talk about the wildfire and wildlands. They don't talk about buildings or urban at all. It's really, it was like, almost like it was wildlands and then just kind of like it cascades out from there. That's why our
Yes.
model looks like it does.
Right.
Because you basically got the wildlands and then we kind of have the high or very high and medium, and that's why, that's really, it's weird.
How far the winds would carry.
Yeah,
the
that's
impact.
all it is.
Yeah,
It's
and I
not-
mean, I think
yeah.
that there's gotta be lessons from LA, that they are very recent, so I understand why
Yeah.
maybe CAL FIRE hasn't had these data to work with, but it just seems like you've gotta ask the question, why, justify it, why is there no fuel load, given to urbanized areas? I mean, I think that, I've told some of you, my grandparent, or my kids' grandparent, my in-laws in LA had people's documents in their yard burnt from Altadena, 6 miles away. They had firebrands that were charcoals that were in their yard, 6 miles away. So, I mean, there's just gotta be contemporary lessons. Hot off the presses, maybe too hot off the presses, but yes, bad euphemism. But it just seems like asking that question, just justify it, state, tell us, what's the justification for not including fire load?
And that may be exactly it, that it's under local responsibility, so they probably just figure, and that is a new model that.
But how are
they
we
need
gonna
to come out.
justify it if they don't have the methodology?
No, I know what you're
Right,
saying, but I'm just saying, it's
impossible.
probably because traditionally it's been
impossible.
LRA.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they define the hazards, so, yeah.
We can't do it without it.
Yeah, they're the ones.
I was also though, just on that topic, looking at the FAQs on that whole thing, they basically more or less said, you can give us comments, our plan, we're not gonna change anything, and these are going out, so. This is where it's like, I mean, we should understand, but I also don't, I hate to have us spin our wheels, do a lot of work when they're just they're gonna like just do it anyway, so. I mean, we need to understand how they did it, what the methodology was, but I'm a
Right.
little, I just don't wanna be banging our head against the wall with this thing. 'cause-
But we do have the opportunity, if there are, to do the LRAs, right? We can
Yes.
do our own,
Pretty right.
right? But, yeah,
And I think there's just value in calling it out,
Yeah.
saying like, we want to have an answer. Well, if you didn't give us an answer, be that on the public record.
right, for sure. Thank you.
And then,
Based on that though, who is gathering learnings from those fires? Are we relying on contract? Is that something we'll do? you know, like all these learnings that are out there. And would that be under, you know, your purview to kind of,
So the current models are based on 20 years worth of fire history all over the state. And they look at it based on vegetation and slope and similar characteristics and then project that into places that haven't had fires in that 20 years. And they take the worst case of the fire as well as the worst case of the weather in terms of how they determine their severities in the model. In terms of locally here, I'm not quite sure, but On Fire seems to be the one that's responsible
I guess
for
they
all
should be.
fire-related things, right? They've got the ownership of providing a formal ordinance and update back to the state. How this is they provide our fire services.
so if you, are you gonna be the liaison with Confire and then this team here? I guess those are not only just for feedback, but when we ask Confire what they do, like
I don't know
those kind of
who's-
questions.
I don't think we decided that yet. Is it gonna be us or would it be
Oh.
the emergency
Oh, right,
representatives, right?
Who's emergency preference?
Jim and,
we are,
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, but. Yeah,
Maybe it fits that one. 'Cause the
I don't know.
emergency preparedness,
It's-
yeah.
I
Right,
think it does. I mean, I would, because I don't think that should be in a vacuum, because I think the conversation has to be, and then, okay, then
It's a good point.
ask them, what are the questions, what are the things we need to answer? It kind of feels like that for the long term, getting stuff done, part of it makes more sense to me to be part of that.
So it gets back to what you did say, understand Confire's role and responsibility versus the city.
that's it,
And you said that would go to the commission. And-
exactly, so these are the two guys, right?
Okay, so that stays there. And that relates also that you indicated recommend 8, well, you came up with 8, I don't know if it's 8 or
Right.
not, but what kinds of things?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the East Bay mud, what is the city's role? Came up, right?
Yes, we need to find out what their capacities are.
And all the utilities.
Oh, don't
All
just
these-
them, okay.
Yeah,
I think that's
Fair.
right. That East Bay wouldn't show up individually on it.
yeah. The agencies, yeah, utility agencies.
PG&E,
So then, the Mount Diablo corridor, in this,
Is there anything about insurance on there? Do we have?
it came up over here,
Is it all?
it's on the parking lot, but,
Yeah, that's gonna be.
we can remove it to here. Is that something you want to, how would you phrase it? What do you want to
Yes.
do with it?
And, yeah, what's the task?
Yeah. what is
Yeah,
it?
I don't, I mean, would we want to, well, I just wrote down, explore what city can do to improve availability. of insurance for our residents. I don't know if there's anything we can do.
It's in our current, it's in the work plan current.
Is it?
Yeah, it's,
It just says insurance implications for fire insurance, so it is there, but not called out as a.
Yeah.
My 2 cents, it's just, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, this is, yeah, we'll leave it as it is.
If the market functions spoken and the insurance commissioners spoken.
Yeah, I guess you've been abreast of it, communicating it, which we have been.
So I want to make sure we get this right and, city manager, just make sure on that. Sure. Mount Diablo, design guidelines developed, and that was starting in the next, it'll be in the current fiscal year, but not till January, correct?
No, that, the design guidelines are the objective design standards, that is underway.
Okay, I
Number
took
one.
that to mean, okay,
The objective design,
which stays on and it's underway.
Yeah.
and it's, yeah,
Nadine, would you like me to go over
Yeah,
this just
please.
based on, yeah. So, what we're keeping, prepare objective design standards. Develop a plan for multi-modality starting Jan 2026. De Silva, 949 Moraga Road, rephrase to facilitate the development of an affordable housing project on 949 Moraga Road. Plaza Way overlay update. And and always at the back of our minds, making Mount Diablo a great street. What is dropped? Part, lot, plan for housing, if it is not on the calendar for completion. It depends on what, when we're required to do that. Plan for parks, creeks, pathways is ongoing, but we're dropping Safeway Whole Foods.
Yeah.
And updating the zoning code to preserve commercial.
Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So with that, time for a look from the bridge.
There were,
What's one more?
no, there were not.
Mayor, do you want to just do one more round of public comment to close this item?
Well, I'm sorry, let me just do this, do goals, where do we wind up with this? I don't think we came up with any.
Right.
Basically, that they either fit into something else or just something that have to be aware of.
I did have notes, this is for future, the GPAC status. Report on the hybrid 2 years after,
Right,
we're into it. And then, the commissions, transferred down to 5.
Right.
But, adding, also providing you with
Information on
the
the
bylaws from the other committees and
Right,
which ones require, the residents.
right, so information on attendance
Yeah.
and things like that, okay?
Oh, well, just bylaws, yeah.
All right, so with that,
But I just wanted to confirm, so the update, the zoning code preserve commercial uses, did that get dropped? Is that?
Yes.
Oh. Is that in our?
I didn't think we could do
good
much for that
interest?
anyway.
we can.
actually. I thought that was kind of like a non.
Which host?
Because
Which
it's
house? It's more, it's
Yeah.
parking by right.
Yeah. Whatever gets.
We were at
proposed
the-
gets proposed.
We love the developer.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Suzanne?
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. Cheryl, I will give you permission to speak. Hi, Cheryl.
I'm so grateful for this being on Zoom. Thank you so much. So with the downtown and the fire, can I throw in the need in the future for the ladder truck fire station? Be on, on the radar and maybe just to notify that it is a need in the future, listed somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
A little bit of the car conversation that.
Yeah,
I mean, this won't,
Is it part of the wildfire?
you know, it really should be. I think
really should
it's
be.
kind of like this intersection of, this is the intersection of the downtown plan and the housing
Right.
and the 6, 7-story buildings. And, oh, yeah. That's a good point.
And so downtown, right, a ladder truck. So can we add for the wildfire one? Ladder truck.
I think it's part of the conversation.
But
Yeah,
part of the conversation.
because we've had that ongoing conversation where
Yes.
they have visual aid and they.
It goes, okay, right, it's part of the bonfire
Yeah.
That probably
discussion.
is.
And there's a ladder
Okay.
truck in there. and that's
So that'll
like,
be
okay,
one
so-
of the items that you raised with them. when you-
Perfect,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you. Okay, so we'll close this item. Yeah. And we'll go on to item number 10, Andy and the roof sounds like.
No, I just wanted to set the stage, got the fire map not too long ago, we're all scrambling for information. Andy, Suzanne and Arlie have been our team, working on getting answers, posting things on the website, and so. And he's just going to let you know what we know today.
Slides, so we don't- we don't have to.
Okay. Yeah.
Lots of water. in that.
Want me to pull that up so you don't.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Okay, don't die.
Highway.
Not a
That-
trawler.
Right.
A tanker.
Nice view.
Can you tell them it's full or empty? Sorry. You can't see the side, so I can't tell.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead, you can go to the next page. So, it sounds just from the last few minutes of conversation, you guys have a lot of knowledge already on the map, so I'll go through the sort of summary of what the maps are all about, what it means for us. Just meant to be a few minutes update on all of this, so. We'll go to the next page.
Sorry. hold on. Jim doesn't always like. Give me just one. With
Yes, we can.
that.
So go,
Thanks.
let's go up to here for a second. Yeah, so again, there was a lot of discussion on this already, so I think you've got it, but basically the way the model is set up is there's a wildland fire model that's used. That's been around for a while. It's a proven model, based on 20 years worth of fire data and information. And it basically looks a lot at slope and vegetation, and then what has happened in the state for similar kinds of slope and vegetation. And then it looks at climate as well, or weather, and merges those two together to come up with a rating of what that is. The non-wildland is basically the interface to the wildland. As I think everybody's just talking about, is based primarily on what gets transferred out of the wildland area into the urban area. So it's embers or brands is what it's been called. It's quantity and dispersal, so how far it travels are the couple of main things. The model itself always starts with a buffer zone right up against the wildland that has the same classification as what the wildland area was, even the non-wildland area. And then they basically do a calculation, which is lots of pretty pictures down here of what happens before and then in the box of their calculation to figure out sort of a sum of numbers of how many embers traveled, how far, a few features about the non-wildland area to come up with a number. And they basically think of it as pixels in different areas they've got, and they add up a bunch of the pixels and figure out the average across all of them. And they use that to determine the very high, and moderate level calculations in the non-wildland area. Next. So what does it mean for us? There's before and after pictures. So this is what we had in the prior model up until just a couple of weeks ago. So we had a very high concentration, particularly north of the highway, of very high fire risk, and some just west of the reservoir as well. Afterwards, with the model, it's again, I think they're calculated completely differently just because of the shape. They're all different. Our new determination of very high wildfire is, I'll show you in a second, I'll show you the map just of Lafayette, but basically we have got a little piece right on the Orinda side. And all the rest of the city of Lafayette has become high or moderate with that. Yeah.
I think I want to point out that while we adopted the very high fire map, the old maps also included moderate, as Chief Bachman told us at the liaison meeting. So if you look at the map on the left, it wasn't that the rest of Lafayette was nothing.
Right.
Did not know that.
Yes.
Because every map we've ever seen never only had the red.
Exactly.
And all the numbers I've seen that have come out of the old map are only the very high numbers.
So I guess Carl, your calculation,
Yeah.
it's not.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, so next slide. So what is it? What is it specifically for us? Right, we have this little piece here right up just butting onto the northwest corner.
Fire's gonna stop right there.
Yeah. Right. And then everything that was classified very high before has now been downgraded. So for us, we went from 4,400 acres classified in the old very high to only 41 acres now. So huge drop in terms of it. Again, you have to remember it's apples and oranges. It's two different very highs the way it's been calculated. And then the rest, we've got 7,000 acres total in Lafayette that's moderate or higher. It's just there.
But the prior map had also high and moderate as well, though, right, from the prior slide?
Yes.
So that's not,
But they did not publish any of the numbers of what acreage they had in the high.
See, unfortunately, that's such a misleading,
Yeah.
table now, not your fault. I mean,
Right,
it was
right.
really misleading. I mean, the fact that we didn't know,
Right,
because really it looks like overall, even the overall acreage went down.
right.
If you just
Right, and
eyeballing.
that's, first time I looked at this, I summed it all up, but then we don't really know how much acreage was there, right? So I think just likely the good news, and you can look at how it is, because we do have areas here that were, if you remember, everything was bright red north of the highway, and now we have areas here and up the Riley's Valley area that are not any kind of high fire hazard risk level, right? So it did change significantly, and my perspective is, in general, we've been downgraded
Yeah,
in terms of what the fire risk is for us.
crazy.
Right.
Do you, I mean, have you? This seems implausible to me, but that's just based on the science and the reality of where we live. What are other people saying? What do you think?
I think that's a little bit of what I've heard too from the con fire people. Nobody's really making a judgment call on it. They're just publishing the maps at this point, so until anybody gets a chance to give good
Okay.
feedback, so. On the flip side of this, our neighbors, Orinda and Moraga, both went up significantly in terms of their very high fire danger. So while it may not be Lafayette, it is pretty close to us. Prevailing winds and fires tend to come either from the north or the northeast. So it's usually unlikely for it to be blown into our area. When we get the dry winds, they're much wetter when they come from the ocean side.
That's okay. We're gonna be fine though.
Yeah, of course, because there's no color, right? So, all right, next. This is what Confire has published. This may have come from the state too, but these are all the requirements that have to be met. It's the state responsibility area and the local responsibility areas. So moderate levels, you just have to adopt this new map model, basically, which Confire will be doing. You get into high, now you start adding building codes and disclosing hazards as well. And then very high, you have to do everything. So these are what our requirements are for us. It is interesting to note that there's a lot more requirements at the state area than what they have put on the local area here too.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, it says like under high or moderate defensible space, meaning is that the zone 0?
So zone 0 is coming up somewhere around the end of the year. They haven't quite published a date where they will define what that is, but I think it's the whole model is what they're talking about. Zone 0 is the one that people may start being very strict on enforcing, and we'll see when it comes out. So,
But it sounds like we are not, because we are local and higher moderate, it's not, we're not gonna make, don't be back, if we want to do anything, we won't have any backing from the state, we'll just have to do it as a local.
right, and so we gotta see what Confire does. Right, so at Moraga and Orinda, it's the fire department that has set all these rules and regulations.
Right.
So I'm expecting the Confire is gonna be the one that sets the ordinances about defensible space, and once that's done, then we have to look at that and, you know.
But Confire will probably follow these guidelines, so presumably, right? I mean,
Sorry.
Confire will probably follow these.
Absolutely.
Guidelines.
Absolutely, and some of them are ours, right? So these are all building codes that we have to follow. So that's our planning department. But in terms of the defensible space, that is something I'm assuming that Confire will take the lead on that one when it comes around.
I have a question, and you might not know, but I just want to bring it up. Like the CPUC has their tier 2, tier 3 threats because of basically the high risk of their infrastructure potentially causing fires. Is that not even been incorporated into this? Because in Briones is all tier 3 because of all the transmission lines there. Or do they factor that in because like, okay, it's up on the hill and the elevation is this and that, because you figure like that's just contiguous to all our neighborhoods.
I don't remember anything on utilities.
We should bring that up.
Yeah, I actually think.
We should bring it up.
We can look into it and send you something out, because I think on the CAL FIRE page in their FAQs, they do talk about why their maps are different than the CPUC maps. So I think that's something we can.
Yes, that's right.
Find
They
and
did-
send you a link.
Yes, there was a conversation the other day about that too.
Because regardless of that, I mean, it just seems like, so these are the maps, but it still means we need to have people in these neighborhoods that be still prepared for that risk, which is the man-made hazard that's there, you know, so to the same level. It's kind
So
of.
that's the spark,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That lights it, and then this model is based on if there's a fire, how does it progress? You know, how far will it carry? How bad will it be? So I don't think the fire model looked too much about the source. And it
About
makes-
sources.
Right, it would make some sense that if you've
okay.
got a lot more sources in one place, you're more
Yeah.
likely to have a fire, but I don't know.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thanks, that makes sense, actually.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go back to the other one.
Yep.
So like under the state responsibility, CEQA runs throughout. What about CEQA? What, is there, could be a change there, or is there?
I'm gonna have to defer since I'm new to this. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
what
don't
those are.
know offhand either. So Arlie on the team would probably have been able to answer that question better than us.
Yeah, when Confire did the fire breaks, the reason it took so long for them to start is
Yeah.
they had to do SQL.
Right.
For the fire break, so it's still, they were working in SRA areas. So
Okay.
I assume that, I take it to mean SQL will apply when you work,
Okay. Oh, really?
but not within the local areas, except in that very.
Okay, thanks. So that was basically the information on the changes. Now, how does everybody get to the information? Everybody's got their website up and running. Start with ours. We've got an FAQ-like style with a bunch of topics that are listed with a paragraph or two that are written on those. Most of these paragraphs also have links off to other sites, whether it's Contra Costa Fire or CAL FIRE or Department of Bureau of Forestry. Including a link to the actual model that they use. It's a multi-page document. That little workflow I had on the first or second page, they've got about 6 modules, 5 or 6 modules in there with workflows associated with them. So if you really want to get in and see what they did, there is a link to that there. One of the things it gets linked to is to the Contra Costa Fire Department webpage, and they provide some additional information. I think the primary things is the before and after maps that they provide, and it's a slider, so you can look back and forth. That's where I got the slides before when I compared the two. It's just off the bottom of the picture here, but this fire hazard zones that's open for public comment. There's a handful of fields where the public can type in and provide information to ConFire that they will look at and consider as well too. So we link to that page so people have a place that they can actually go to provide comment. Lastly, both us and ConFire link back to CAL FIRE, Department of Bureau of Forestry, which mostly has videos and information on how this model came about and things on fire safety as well. All right, in terms of schedule of what's going on, so the maps came out for us. They're broken, that's a different schedule around the state, but for us, they came out on February 24th. It's open for public comment now to ConFire. I think they'll be going throughout March at the very least. Let's see, I think Chris Bachman is scheduled for city council presentation coming up March 24th. I know you had mentioned that before. Somewhere around the end of March, early April, we believe that ConFire is going to hold an open session for public comment where everybody can get together. So that was in the works. So that's up. And then there's a 120-day window from the time the maps were released until ConFire has to formally accept those models and also provide a copy of their ordinance up to the Bureau of Forestry for review. And so that's June 24th is the deadline for that. Okay. And last, everybody's actually asking about defensible space in Zone 0. There are going to be new rules around Zone 0. We don't know what those are yet. Right now, the last things I heard was end of this year, but we'll see when we get there whether it actually is then or it's something that's out further. There's no set date that's been put out. So.
I wanted to add, the team has been sending the fire chief questions. And the question of can we change the maps?
Yeah, sorry, yes.
ConFire has said we aren't planning on making any recommendations to increase severity zones without proper and appropriate methodology and data. We will accept all comments and send them to the state.
Yes, and one of the things I saw on that, when you look into all the laws, there's a discussion about having to have substantial evidence around it, which basically in my mind is it's got to be able to stand up in court. It can't just be, well, I want my house more protected, so please up my number.
Well, and plus I would say, I mean, just reading the methodology, and again, that one little diagram, there's multiple diagrams of how everything flows together. You cannot, it's actually so opaque. You're almost making it impossible. It's almost intentional that you can't kind of put in your own data and say, oh, because of these 4 things, I want to be higher severity, because the methodology they use is completely different kind of mode and they don't give you access to any of the information they used.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they just, they really can't,
If you don't know what their substantial evidence is, you have no idea
Right.
what your substantial
Right, and
evidence
so
is.
we know,
It's totally ridiculous.
right, so we know the type of stuff they use, 20
That's
years
right.
of information for similar vegetation and slope, right? But we don't have the actual maps, so.
And so my big question is like, it only models fires coming from wildland. Like, there's no other source?
There, again, there's some information, you wanna go all the way back to that other one that had, I'll see if I can try to read the fine print, up where the, scroll up some more, the first one right there, that model right there. Right, so there's a whole book of these, again, that document. So basically, they determine vegetation type and fuel models here to come up with the wildland class, which is our starting point, and then they look at brand load, which is how many embers come our way.
But it's only, that's the only trigger, is
Slope,
wildland.
slope, and urban vegetation cover. Okay, which is basically tree cover is what it is. So there is some aspect that's in there, whether it's all the stuff that's there or not.
But it only can start from the wildland.
They're assuming this is all started in the wildland, not starting in our area.
Right.
Yeah, and so it doesn't matter how dense the part of Lafayette is, you know, how much building material to burn is there.
It looks to me like it's based on tree cover, not on buildings. Yes.
And when it says worst case fire and weather, is there any way to know what wind level they're using?
They have part of their model of how they figured that out based on slopes and valleys and things like that. And the reason they use worst case is because well, today it is 18% humidity, but tomorrow it's 5% humidity, right? They don't do that. They take the worst, they take the 5% humidity version. That would have been there.
But with the change, I mean, we're getting, you know, more wind now,
Mhm.
not like Southern California certainly, but it's getting windier. How did they determine what the wind factor is?
I don't know. They have a number that they came up with based on the information that they had around the state. So.
You know, I guess that's what I was asking before about like learning is because I think, you know, we just changed our tree ordinances and all that good stuff to accommodate this. And then we also have recommendations for what kind of trees, if you're gonna plant or less, you know, fire sensitive. It's one of those things, it's like, okay, well, because we still have canopy cover and a good amount of it throughout the town and that was the whole rub with the tree ordinances, like making sure people can do what they need to do, but at the same time, not necessarily, you know, clear cut the town. So that's what I was looking for was findings from down south. And, you know, obviously that was such a clear conflagration that it just, lots of things burned, but at the same time, there were some trees that stood. And I just was wondering like, I don't know if the analysis is even done, but how would we get a hold of that just to kind of just look at not only trees, obviously stuff, but type of structure, all that kind of stuff that's gonna.
Right,
come
yeah,
out
there
of
is
it.
some information floating around on structures, and it's what you
Yeah.
would expect of a wood-sided house with cedar shake roof is not gonna last, right? But some of these more non-wood siding that houses have and all the information they give you about fireproofing your house, basically that came out of the fact of what they'd seen for them. So blocking embers coming in your soffit vents, those kinds of things are all important. So.
So I guess it'll just wait until, I don't know who releases that, cities or the state, you know, does anybody know who does the analysis of like?
Well, this was our question earlier, right?
Yeah.
Who's gonna be gathering this
Yeah.
information? I just wonder, is Cal Cities going to be involved in this, do you know?
I have not heard that they are,
Because they're
but I
getting
can follow up.
so many lessons from LA.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is LA is the hot topic for us now, because it's new and recent and it was big, right? But there's a lot of lessons that have been learned for years. If you
Yeah.
remember the Paradise Fire, instead of
Oakland.
5,000 houses, it was 18,000 that were lost, right? And Napa and Sonoma, same thing, right? So there's a lot of history and information prior to the one that's, you know, most recent on our minds that they have.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
right.
That's true. I guess it just begs the question again, like, well, where is that information? Like, so we could go,
Yeah.
you know,
I
that
don't-
is
I don't know
interesting.
where they got it. We've got a whole modeling team in the Bureau of Forestry or in CAL FIRE that has put all this together. There is a video on the CAL FIRE site that describes how it's done. It doesn't get into every little bubble on the flow chart here, but it has a general conversation about how all this works. It's for the most part understandable for people to follow.
Like the lay people.
So, good. Any other questions?
We have a limited window
All right.
to comment and we can, we're encouraging people. We're not accepting public comments because Confire is the agency and they have the public portal, so people go in and they sign up, offer their comments, but if the city wanted to submit a comment, it would be to Confire and Confire would transmit it to Cal Fire.
And is that part of the schedule? Is that included? Are you expecting us to actually do that?
Well, it's up to you. It's up to the council if you want to comment or not. It really is up to us.
Okay.
We believe that the bar to change zones is very high, and with the limited time we have, it may be impossible.
I agree. That sounds very clear, but we can submit some of the questions that we've raised so far, and some of the comments, so I would be in favor of submitting something at least.
And so
Which
how,
means
yeah.
it would be after the March 24th meeting. We want to hear from
March, April.
Confire,
Right.
and maybe at the next meeting, first meeting in April, Andy, do you think?
In terms of,
City comments.
Coming to the city council with a draft of issues for a letter to be sent to Confire.
we'd have to talk internally on that, on what we want to do,
Okay.
right? So,
Some of the items we read was, fellow raised, why no fuel models for urban structures? And the tier 3, levels for CP2C, because we've got all the gas pipelines and Briones, don't you think that should have been included, right? The number, because we have so many new different sources of fire.
right, so some of that also falls into East Bay Parks, who
Oh, yeah.
owns all of that, and I don't know
Right.
what extra plans they've got. They do, that we learned the other night, they
Yeah,
have their own wildfire crew, right? That they burly people get out there with shovels and, camp out fires. They'll just send them into the woods to solve the problem. So I'm sure they had some thought and discussions about that. I know they were redoing a lot of the pipelines up there the last handful of years too.
Yes.
So there's knowledge of the
Right.
risks with that too.
Yeah, and I should point out, it's an electrical transmission too, and then the gas, and one of the things that I was trying to follow up with PG&E was any gas leaks. Because the gas companies have a leeway to have like smaller gas leaks and address them, they prioritize, which wouldn't necessarily be on transmission lines, but would be on distribution lines potentially. So I'm trying to get those lists, because that's a fire accelerant, obviously, so those are kind of things we maybe want to kind of add into questions, like how much are these intertwined, the agencies on fire. Seems like it's Peter and Paul, PUC, and then
Yeah.
Cal
Right.
Fire.
And
Yeah,
the
I
insurance.
think the
Yeah.
challenge for us is that they've got a whole team of people that's been doing modeling for years on top of all of this. And we have people with some information about it, but not the depth that they've got, and we've got a week or two, right, or a month
Yeah.
Oh,
to
yes.
just together, so I don't
Yeah,
know how far we're gonna get relative. to-
Yeah, it's just a question.
Do what we can.
It's just a question, yeah.
Do what we can.
Good.
Sure. Thanks, Andy. Did we have this?
I will send it to you.
Oh, thank you so
please.
much.
Very
Thank
much,
you.
yeah.
And
So-
thank you to you and Arlie. It sounds like a lot of work.
I know.
Yeah, they've done all the work. I didn't.
So do we have any public comment?
If anyone on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. There are no hands raised.
That's great. So we'll go to the wrap up.
The federal funding, I think there were two more items, federal funding and community engagement.
Oh, I just saw the discussion on fire maps,
Oh.
and then I didn't go any farther. You are correct.
You have already, we've talked about the fact that we don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
with Funding, Congressman DeSaulnier's office is keeping an eye and will let us know. State funding, if we do receive requests, we will jump to it and respond. Which then, yes.
Well, I was just gonna ask on this state funding, we've got that list of funds, money that actually is supposed to come directly to us?
Which.
State?
No, from federal funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And are we also looking at federal funding that goes to other entities that then flows to us?
We are not, we haven't as yet. I don't have that information because frankly, I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll take some time to figure that out. The only regional, sub-regional funding that I added was the Smart Signal project,
Right.
which was 3 cities in one. It could be much, much more than this. At the liaison meeting, the nonprofits talked about the lack of funding for Medicaid. Like, Las Trumpus, their clients will be impacted, and it's not small. It goes well beyond this list.
And so we've reached out, Drew and I reached out to the Community Foundation of Lafayette, because they've got all the contact with the nonprofits,
Mhm.
right? And, because DeSaulnier's office was asking, who's being impacted even already, right? Because they don't know. The DeSaulnier's office doesn't really know. And so CFL is gonna do the outreach for that.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's great.
And then the final was community engagement, and yes, Suzanne.
So Ruth asked me just to pull together some information about what we do right now in terms of community engagement. And so hopefully I didn't miss anything, and if anyone knows we're doing something else, we can add it at the end. But just wanted to kind of give the perspective that there is a spectrum of, communications cities can inform all the way through to, have residents be highly engaged and coming up with, solutions for themselves in their neighborhoods. So thinking about when we tell the community something that already happened and there's no longer any opportunity to comment on it, versus when we have, one of our boards, commissions, and committees develop a plan like the age-friendly plan, community workshops, stakeholder meetings, all of that. So there's a wide spectrum of community engagement. So some things can just be in that informing, educating people bucket, and then there's more of a back and forth dialogue. In terms of print, just because it came out this week, we do have the Vistas newsletter. We also have the Parks and Recreation Department's, recreation activities guide. And then we have sent out project-specific postcards. For digital outreach, our website is the digital hub. We try to link back to there. That is the repository for information. We send out the weekly roundup. We send out almost 10,000 emails, and we've got like about a 60% open right now, which is really phenomenal. So that's great. Almost daily briefing, which is the news headline compilation report. That's about 1,200 subscribers. And again, that open rate is like the high 50%. Rec sends out an e-newsletter, and I don't have stats for their information. Senior Services has an email newsletter, and then Plan Lafayette has been doing, email blasts out to folks regarding like the housing element update and all of GPAC's work. So those are other kind of specific e-newsletters that we do. In terms of being on social media, the city has a main Facebook account, which I manage. Police has a departmental account, so does Parks. The community center also has their own handle, and the youth commission does as well. On Instagram, we've got the city account, the police account, the Parks account, and the Youth Services Commission or Youth Advisory Commission. Twitter, the city account, police, and Parks. So for the city on Facebook, we have almost 2,000 followers. But if those folks aren't engaging with us, they're not necessarily seeing all of our posts. What I post on the Facebook page is council agenda summary, link to the weekly roundup, special messages, road work, events, community meetings, that type of thing. And we do also share partner messages. Instagram, we have just over 2,000 followers, and kind of similar postings, agenda summaries, the link to the weekly roundup. There's a bit more of an emphasis on information from the Public Art Committee. So art events, exhibits, calls, and they're actually starting a new kind of way to highlight Lafayette artists with the hashtag Love Lafayette Artists. So we are a bit heavier in the arts world on Instagram. And then we also do share partner messages there. On Twitter, we have about 1,400 followers, and we typically just link to the weekly roundup, which always includes a summary of the council agenda. And we share partner messages, but minimally, so it's like kind of the least active of the three for us for sure. We have a YouTube channel, which primarily is used to broadcast the meetings that are hybrid meetings. There are other messages on there. We did a series of videos about the leaf blower ban and that type of thing. So we definitely have that platform there. We're on LinkedIn. Don't have as many followers there, but definitely it is a place to be and to show that we're a great place to work, you know, for a retention or for a recruitment kind of tool. On Nextdoor says our service area has about 20,000 members and we have about 9,000 claimed households. I don't really know what any of that. I mean, I can guess what it means, but I don't really know what it means. But I would say when we post something on Nextdoor, on average, like 300 to 800 people see it. If a post got good engagement, that goes up. Some of them are under, but that's kind of about, you know, how many people are seeing our Nextdoor posts. And I'll come to your question. On Nextdoor, it's the council agenda summary, the link to the weekly roundup, special messages like the road work, large community meetings, and we can geo-target neighborhoods. So if road work is happening in one place, and maybe we didn't get it in the weekly roundup because it just occurred and then changed midweek, I can like just send it to those specific folks.
Do you like commenting and feedback on all these platforms, or how does that work?
We have comments turned off on Nextdoor. So on Nextdoor, if someone wanted to comment, they can't comment on our post. They could share the post and that other conversation is private. As a public agency, we do not see the neighbor chats. So I'm not in a neighborhood chat and seeing what neighbors are saying to each other. But so someone could take my post and talk about it there.
And they have done
And they have. Or people can, through the Nextdoor channel, like DM us, and then we'll like respond. But we have comments turned off on Nextdoor. In part, I think that's a resource, you know, decision. We do have comments on Facebook. We actually do on Mondays the Ask Us Anything post where we're trying to collect the comments and questions like on that one post instead of having them like spread out among all the other posts. And that works actually pretty well. We don't actually have high engagement on Instagram or really on Facebook for that matter. It's pretty low. And then Twitter, we hardly get comments every now and then.
Well, they separate, I mean, it's almost, it's a little bit, it's the result of what we're posting. We're actually not, we're not posting things that are kind of like, designed to engage, you're not designed to engage comments, so I don't think that's probably, that's probably to
Exactly.
be expected.
Yeah, so the Ask Us Anything is the requesting, like, what questions do you have for us this week? And most of our other posts are not phrased in that, we want to dialogue on this platform. And typically we will say, oh, you have a lot of questions, you know, please contact this staff member. Or we say, we have this meeting, go give your comments at that meeting. We're trying not to actually collect a lot of comments on those platforms, trying to push them back to the more appropriate place for public comments. I also post the agenda summary and a link to the weekly roundup on the patch, and they don't give us stats on how many people see that. The police department uses Nixle, and we also have an app, so the My Lafayette app. It's run by GoGov, and we are primarily pushing that for code enforcement complaints, public works maintenance requests, and as the way to access the AM radio station online. So if you don't have an AM radio, maybe your car doesn't have one anymore, or in an emergency, we've told people, well, if you download this app now, you'll be able to hear the radio broadcast through the app. So those were the digital places where we are sharing information, and I think that's probably pretty comprehensive. Yeah. Any other questions, or can anyone else think of another place?
No, well, we have experienced Lafayette, but I guess that's different. It's just a directory, you know, and it's static for the most part, right?
Yeah, so we have a couple other, like the general plan update, the Plan Lafayette website is separate from our
That's true,
website, but we
yeah.
link to it Experience Lafayette is a separate website with the business directory. So we do have those other websites, yes.
Sorry, do we track, how about, impressions on our current website, our city
Oh,
website?
yeah.
Or do we have analytics on that? Do we know?
We haven't really been tracking the analytics. It's something that we're gonna be looking at in terms of the redesign.
Well, I would think,
Yeah.
that'd be great, I would say, if we turn that on now, even if we're not redesigned for 6, 9, 12 months. The more data we can have could help then, especially if we're like, oh, we only want to move 80% over, which 80%, well, that kind of helps. Okay.
For sure.
Well, incredible job. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is a great job.
It's a lot of editing, so thank you for managing that and
Yeah.
being on top of it, because you know, even the responses you're getting, it's a lot to balance.
Yes. So the opt-out thing for the weekly roundup, brilliant, super big fan.
Yeah.
Have we thought about doing that for any of our other things? Like not just weekly roundup, but do it for the almost daily briefings or do it for anything else or no?
We could, I think the reason we chose the weekly roundup is that
It's
is
good.
original content, that's the city
Just the
sending
cities.
out our news and information.
That
And
makes
so I
sense.
think we'd have to evaluate, could we do a opt-out versus an opt-in on
Okay.
the almost daily, because we actually really, I mean, obviously,
all
I'm
none of
I'm
our
curating
A
those
little bit,
articles, but
but-
there's not original content in there. And there are other, marketing lists that could be procured and such, but yeah, we focused on the
Sure.
weekly roundup. And then I'll also say in terms of engagement overall, when the city sends out a survey, when you or one of the advisory bodies has a special meeting or a workshop, or even just their regular meeting and members of the public come and comment, like that is like definitely engagement too. I was just covering more like digital and.
That's fine. Yes,
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, I think that is the end of it. Okay, so do you have any more comments on this item? Yeah, okay.
We have a hand raised.
Oh, good. Thank you.
If anyone on Zoom would like to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Cheryl, in just a second, I will be able to unmute you. Hi, Cheryl.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so I didn't get my hand raised fast enough in the last one. We have a brand new East Bay Park rep named Linda Deschambault, and I wondered if it might be appropriate that we invite her or you, not we, you, city and the council and the staff to the 3/24 meeting or the April meeting in regards to the East Bay Parks and the fire topics you were talking about. But give her a heads up because she's new, but to gather information, maybe she could be prepared for that meeting. Just a thought. And I just wanted to applaud the engagement that you've been doing, the work you've been doing, and thank you for that.
You're almost there.
All right.
So it's helpful, just to, at least helpful for me and helpful for all of you, just sort of quickly, your takeaways from today. John, do you mind if I start with you?
Well, I think the takeaways are the priorities that we had last year were good and we're continuing to move on those. So I think that is like, I think it's consistent. I would get a little scared if we had a bunch of new things, given our staff. So I was pleased with the conclusion, and I think the prioritization is correct. So.
Great. There's another piece to the question, for each of you. What, in terms of the process we used, what could have been different? Process meaning me talking to you individually, how today went, I learned when I hear, pluses and minuses. Is there anything that you would have done differently or had there been something more helpful?
So there was one thing I was thinking, I know
Okay.
in the past I've done meetings like this, I think sending out kind of a weird, not survey, but exactly, letting us write down things. I think the conversation's good. I think if you had a chance to think about it, you actually send out things, give me your top, and we write down the top 3 things or top 5 things, you do like a little bit of a survey that you think might be, in addition to this, might be helpful.
Okay.
That just gives, there's a different way you think about it.
Okay. Carl?
Yeah, I could definitely write things down. What I take away with this was a very productive day, and I'm looking forward to the next two.
How about something that could be different? Anything for you?
Well, we've got scheduled the multi-mobility study. 2026. Marking that on my calendar.
You're like a dog with a bone.
You are.
Great. And I told you in the interview that we're a nice collegial group and we get along and we have a lot of shared priorities and it really shows.
Anything differently that would helpful?
Nothing.
Okay, Gina?
No, I think it was great. I agree. Super productive, great discussion. You know, and I like that we're on this path. We've been on this path and now we can go deeper. So it's great. I am looking forward to the work ahead. And really, it looks like now like really rolling up our sleeves and getting to the nitty-gritty of engaging our partners and our fellow stakeholders. So, you know.
How about anything differently? Would
No.
Okay.
Appreciate the, yeah.
Keep that rolling.
Yeah, keep that going.
So Jim, you're a newbie to this.
I'm gonna do this. So, you know, it's interesting. My impression, kind of like outside looking in, there's some involved with the city was that the council actually was a group that seemed to work well together. That was the impression I had as a citizen. And, you know, it's interesting being in the room where it happens. And that, yeah, no, that's right. I mean, I am impressed how, I think respectful and collegial this group is, which is kind of what I've seen in prior council meetings, honestly, but, I really think that the back and forth and the dialogue is very, positive. I mean, really, that this group is really sort of focused on what is it that makes the city better? And is very respectful of staff. I mean, these are all just great things. So I think it's a great session, very productive. And I'm glad I'm here to contribute something to that. I think for me, I have to confess, like with some of the materials I got in the packet, because I got them in my mail, I only had a chance to skim the articles. So a few days lead time on some of that stuff would be probably helpful.
Right.
You know, it was just cursory, frankly, but that would be one thing.
Okay. Do you have anything more? Do you need to open it again? Or
No,
we're done with public comment?
I think, oh, sorry, before, I wanted to just recognize too, that all this work is possible and all of our stuff is done because of our great staff, but I just want to make sure that that's, you know, we all know that, but we should just state it. It's like,
Well,
thank you
it
so
makes
much.
it easier with the council. Thank you, all of you. It is, we really appreciate your support and it's very evident and staff is aware of it, which ones makes us want to work harder. And
Well, I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment, sorry.
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment now, please use the raise hand feature. There are no hands raised.
All right, so last thing is adjournment. We're good?
Until Monday.
Yay.
Until Monday.
Crazy.
Yes, last night.
Thank you.